some don't even have land as we speak. And when they pass away, we have some very, very big funeral ceremonies for them, but we should celebrate them while they are still alive.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to wish Kenyans happy Madaraka Day. Madaraka is to mean authority, just like you said. What I do not know is whether Kenyans feel that they have authority over themselves, independently. Talking about the veterans, from where I sit as the director for the Kenya Veterans for Peace, which is an entirely military institution, we appreciate the military veterans bill of 2022. But it's not enough. Like you've said, there are so many other veterans who have contributed immensely for this country to be where it is, and their appreciation has only been seen during the funerals. There should be a reason why there should be the Veterans Authority or Veterans Commission or Veterans, some independent body for the veterans. In civilized economies, like talk about Canada, talk about Switzerland, the UK, the Ministry of Defense is co-joined with Veteran Affairs. Basically, it's a Ministry of Defense and Foreign and Veterans Affairs, which makes it mandatory easy for veterans to get a benefit from the service of the government. But from where we sit so far, at least for now, we can hear about veterans. Initially, there wasn't any. Even if we are not getting the best of what we are getting, we appreciate the Veterans Bill. You can imagine it is 59 years down the line before the bill came in place. It means they've been very patient, the veterans. The bill came last year after a lot of discussion and deliberations about the veterans. So we appreciate the government's efforts. Of course, there are those veterans from different levels, not necessarily from the military. We have veterans from the Mau. We have the police who have done a tremendous job. We have the athletes, the sports people who have done a lot of things for the country. So there has to be a recognition, and we appreciate the government for what they have done. And the new constitution is very clear. It has given us an opportunity to appreciate the veterans, not directly as the military veterans, but anybody who was involved in the Mau War. There's a section that gives an opportunity for the person to be recognized even in the near future.
Doc, I think, and I feel this will really resonate with you, because disease is one of the pillars that the founding father of the nation talked about, eradicating diseases. And we've made strides, let's be honest. The 60 years, looking at the immunization programs, looking at how we have set up the health ministry and devolved health at last. But we still have a lot of challenges. Engineer has talked about corruption being one of them, one of the challenges. But we're also having a lot of challenges, because looking at the sector right now, it's ailing itself. It's ailing. Sure. And there are even proposals that we have not quite matured enough to transfer health services to the county governments. And some people have talked about the challenges that we're experiencing in the health sector, so that we may be able to fully achieve what we started out 60 years ago. The health should be reverted back to the national government. That would be clawing back the gains that we have already made. I would like you to touch on the disease and the health sector.
Right. In the health sector, as you mentioned it, we have significant progress in terms of improving access to services in the country. We know very well there are quite a number of immunizable diseases that have been eradicated. We know there are quite a number of response agencies to our pandemics. Significantly, you know how Kenya responded to the COVID-19. So all those shows progress in terms of how structures have been put in place. But having said that, it's not all. Much of our health services are in urban centers, and our population largely are in the rural areas. You go to most of the rural areas, you will find there are no drugs in those dispensaries or health centers. And primarily, those facilities are the ones which most of the Kenyans access health services to. Secondly, they don't have significant qualified staffs who can address their issues. Thirdly, access to those areas in terms of infrastructure. For example, a mother is in a labor, probably you want to rush her to the health center for delivery, and there are no roads. Particularly 60 years down the line, we are celebrating independence. But when you look at keenly where we are in some areas, it's like the 60 years is just nothing
the same way
that we found. Yes. Where I was born, you will not find a tarmac, a kilometer of tarmac. Up to today, 60 years of independence. And that is not only, isolated in my area, for example, Mandera County, but we have all the regions, northern Kenya, have no tarmac completely. Recently, we have got a tarmac from Isiolo to Moyale. We have tarmac from Eldoret to Lokichokio. But when you look at all the other areas where we know health services requires 1, access first, 2, infrastructure, 3, drugs, 4, human resource, that is personnel, specialists. If all those things are not in place, then it is very difficult for one to say we have made significant progress in terms of health services or health provision. But having said that, there are a number of gains that has been made at the top level. I mean, the urban cities. We have Kenya Medical Supplies Agency, KEMSA, which is historically now has been hitting the news headlines for reasons that are not very interesting. But in terms of having establishing that agency, the government had an intention of ensuring that we don't get shortage or supplies of medical equipment as well as drugs to our facilities. And they are able to effectively supply all the county hospitals so that services are never interrupted. But when you look at it keenly, as engineer also mentioned, it's issue of are we really there in terms of knowing what is needed to be done in the health sector? I think we are not yet there. Why? At the top level here, we have a lot of corruption. We don't give a lot of consideration to the rural areas. And until then, we look at that factor of having services being taken closer to the rural areas or the people in the rural areas, then we will always have congestion in urban centers. Mainly one for already we are having congestion because of lack of employment at the rural areas. And the people are just coming to urban areas to look for a livelihood. Secondly, congestion creates, we are creating congestion because diseases are prone to occur or outbreaks. And that's why the burdens of urban centers in terms of health services is too high. But again, when you look at the cost involved in the urban centers, then it is prohibitive, and you're going to find people coming for medication when actually they are no longer able to keep themselves. When they can't keep themselves anymore and they can't stay with that disease is when they will seek for medication. And when people come for treatment at a later stage, of course that requires hospitalization, it requires specialization, and it requires a lot of medication, and that will be costly. And that's why you see it's getting very difficult for us to make a strike in terms of healthcare services. Finally, on the issue of whether the county is prepared or not in devolving health services, I think we have a setup or a mindset of putting health services into politics. Health services is good for us to just run it as it is, because it has nothing to do with the national government or county government. These are specialized people who have been trained to carry out services, and the county must know what is expected out of them in terms of providing the necessary drugs, equipment, and then of course employing the necessary health workers to those facilities. And they do not require any other magic for those health facilities to be run done by either the county government or the national government. The only challenge we have is that at the county level, people use the resources with other priorities. Perhaps, as I always mentioned when we were talking about issues related to the county, is corruption. So you will realize that money that is meant for basic services are utilized for development, and yet you do not have money for development. And the purpose of doing that is to have a kickback from those development projects, and nobody cares about the people that are in the county that require drugs or that will have been given services effectively. And I say, it is not actually about whether the national government or the county government. The bottom line is that we need to have systems that will guide the county government in prioritizing their resources and purposely for the health services.
All right.
Thank you.
Engineer, looking at eradicating disease, of course we have to better the infrastructure. You are an infrastructure projects specialist. Where are we? Because what Doc has said really resonates with a lot of Kenyans. Some of the hospitals, and especially in the northern frontier, they are quite far. They are not well equipped and everything. But hold the thought. Let's first of all cross over to the Embu Stadium. Sarafina Robi is currently on standby to give us a feel of what is currently happening at the Embu Stadium.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, karibu tena. Tunakujia kwa njia mbashara kabisa kutoka hapa kwenye ukumbi wa Moi katika gatuzi la Embu, ama kaunti ya 14 ya Embu, ambayo sasa hii ndio kaunti ambayo kwa sherehe hizi za Madaraka, ambapo Kenya inaadhimisha miaka 60, zitakuwa zikifanywa katika ukumbi huu na katika kaunti. Na tayari mtazamaji, wakazi wa kaunti ya Embu wamefika hapa, waliweza kufika hapa mapema kabisa majira saa 12 asubuhi, walikuwa washajaa. Na kama tulivyokuwa tumeambiwa na kamishna mkuu wa eneo hili la Mashariki ambaye ni Roticha, alikuwa ametuambia kuwa ukumbi huu utakuwa na watu ambao utaweza kuwa na watu takriban 10,000, na tayari ukumbi huu mtazamaji ushajaa. Kwa wale ambao hawajaweza kufikia muda hii, basi itawabidi waweze kufuatilia sherehe hizi kutoka nyumbani kwao, kwani ukumbi ushajaa, viti vyote vishajaa. Na kwa sasa kama unavyoona ama kama unavyosikia, ni kwa tunaendelea kuburudishwa na muziki ainati kutoka makabila yote hapa nchini Kenya, na vile vile nyimbo za Kiswahili ambazo zinaendeleza tu uzalendo wa taifa letu la nchi ya Kenya, ambapo tunasherehekea miaka 60 tangu tuanze kujitawala kutoka mwaka 1963. Mtazamaji, ni siku ya kihistoria kabisa kama tulivyokuwa tumekujuza hapo awali, kwani Kenya iliweza kuingia katika utawala wa kiimla mwaka 1890 katika ule utawala wa Waingereza, na ilipofika mwaka 1920 basi wakaweza kutuchukua kama wakoloni wao. Lakini kutokana na kule kujipigania kwetu, wale mashujaa wetu ambao waliweza kupigania uhuru, basi tukaweza kujipatia ama tukaweza kujitawala ilipofikia mwaka 1963. Lakini hata kabla tufikie mwaka 1963 mtazamaji, katika mwaka 1952 tuliweza kuona kwa mambo mengi yaliweza kufanyika. Hali ya taharuki iliweza kutanda hapa nchini ili tu wale mashujaa wetu waweze kupigania uhuru, ili tuweze kupata uhuru ambao tunaufurahia kwa sasa. Tuliweza kuona kuwa baadhi ya watu waliweza kukamatwa, wale ambao walikuwa wanajulikana kama the Kapenguria 6, wakiwemo kina Bildad Kagia, Paul Ngei, Jomo Kenyatta, Ochengo Neko na baadhi ya wengine ambao waliweza kupigania uhuru ambao tunaufurahia kwa sasa katika ukumbi huu wa Moi. Hivyo basi Wakenya ambao wameweza kufika hapa wanasherehekea kabisa uhuru huu, na wanahakikisha kuwa ama wanairai serikali kuhakikisha kuwa uhuru huu tunaweza kuulinda kwa njia mwafaka kabisa. Tunaweza kulinda mipaka yetu, na ili pia kuweza kuonyesha umahiri wetu katika ulinzi wa taifa letu. Mtazamaji, hapa katika ukumbi huu tunavyo vikosi mbalimbali vya kijeshi ambavyo vimefika hapa, vimeweza kuwasili tayari. Hapo asubuhi vilikuwa vikifanya matayarisho tu kidogo ya jinsi ambavyo wataweza kutuburudisha sherehe hizi zitakavyoanza kirasmi, na ni vikosi kutoka idara mbalimbali ya jeshi jeshi ambavyo vitakuwa vikikwapa pia kuweza kuonyesha tu umahiri wetu katika kulinda taifa hili. Sio tu wanajeshi ambao wako hapa, Wakenya wako hapa, wanadiplomasia wako hapa, wageni kutoka nje vile vile wanatarajiwa kufika hapa. Rais William Ruto vile vile anatarajiwa kuweza kuongoza sherehe hizi, na atakapokuwa anaziongoza sherehe hizi, mtazamaji, hizi ni sherehe za madaraka za kwanza kabisa katika utawala wake ambao aliweza kuupata, ambapo sasa atakuwa anaziadhimisha kwa mara ya kwanza kabisa. Na hivyo basi hapo matarajio mengi sana kutoka kwa Kenya kutaka kuona ama kutaweza kusikia ni lipi ambalo Rais William Ruto atakuwa anawajuza. Tukiweza kuangalia katika sekta ya biashara ni kuwa Wakenya kwa sasa wanalalamika kuwa baadhi ya bidhaa muhimu ambazo wanazitegemea bei imeweza kwenda juu sana. Kwa hivyo wanatarajia kuweza kuona rais ataweza kusema nini kuhusiana na swala hilo. Lakini tukiwa hapo kwenye sekta ya biashara ni kuwa sio kwamba tuko nyuma sana. Tukiweza kujilinganisha na baadhi ya mataifa mengine ni kuwa tumeweza kuimarika, kwani mwaka 1963 pato letu la taifa lilikuwa takriban bilioni 6 na saizi pato letu la taifa ama GDP ni takriban trilioni 13 na zaidi. Kwa hivyo tunaendelea kusherehekea mambo mengi sana, na kama unavyosikia muziki hapa ni mtamu sana. Unasikia mtazamaji? Kwa hivyo usibanduke sana, tutaendelea tukukuletea muziki hii shamra zote. Kwa sasa na kurejesha kwa mwenzangu Ben Trainjue pale Nairobi.
Thank you so much indeed, my colleague Sarafina Robi. And as you can hear, the mix of music there is quite entertaining, and the color that is there, bright sunny day. We're expecting some showers in Embu, but the heavens have held it so that people can enjoy 60 years of independence. And we are doing the same right here, because at the end of the day, we cannot just say 60 years. We have to check what we have been able to achieve in the 60 years and what are some of the challenges that we can be able to marshal our strength as Kenyans to ensure that we deal with them. Of course, the head of state in 1963, that is Jomo Kenyatta, mentioned 3 things, but they have also to be coupled up with other things, like the health system have to have better infrastructure, and that is exactly what we were talking about here. I have 3 gentlemen, Isaac Hassan, we have Dr. Isaac Hassan, we also have Engineer Crispus Wadimba, and also we have Nelson Sechere, who is the Executive Director of Veterans for Peace Kenya. We will be having so many veterans there just to celebrate and just to reflect on what they were able to do so that we may enjoy this day. Engineer, we're talking about, at the end of the day, we have to beat the diseases, and the COVID-19 really exposed us on how we need to be better prepared to handle pandemics or even the health system. We have to better the infrastructure. The northern corridor, you cannot compare the health system there as you can compare it in urban centers. Kindly mention that.
Okay, I think one thing we need to appreciate is the journey we have taken with this issue of fighting disease. If you look at when we turned 40 as a country, we had President Kibaki as the head of state, and I think his administration was more in focus on making healthcare accessible, in the sense that it was readily available. Wherever you would want to find it, you would easily find it. There was a lot of preventative care, meaning that people would not get sick as often as we see right now, and therefore they would not need to spend a great deal of time or resources in accessing healthcare. But when we turned 50 and then we devolved healthcare to the counties, it's as if that focus on preventative healthcare failed. And I think where healthcare has succeeded in terms of being accessible is where governments have been able to focus more on prevention. If you go to Cuba and some of the socialist states in the world, they focus more on preventative, meaning you prevent that person from getting sick, and therefore you spend less in terms of managing healthcare. If as a country we decided that a certain percentage of our health cost should focus on prevention, then probably we would spend less. But as a country that spends a great deal of time in planning for corruption, then definitely we have to wait for people to get sick, then we can plan for interventions that will have high budget. And sadly, that is the case with Kenya. We started with the mobile clinics when we turned 50. We just finished with the KEMSA scandal. As we turn 60, can we now change the narrative? Can we focus not more on reactive and interventions on healthcare, but more on preventative measures that can reduce more Kenyans seeking healthcare? And I'm excited with the affordable housing, because one thing it does, it provides decent housing, but also reduces some of the diseases that come about from informal settlements. The other thing I'm also happy is that we are talking about subsidizing production. Most of the diseases in the rural areas are because of hunger or lack of quality food. So if you're able to address food security, provide decent housing, which also comes with other amenities like clean water, good roads for those who are accessing those houses, then we'll find some of these diseases that come about because of our lack of planning will not be there. So I think as we turn 60, can we now rejig how we plan our health? Not just in the sense of providing medicine and equipment, medical equipment, but more on preventing people from getting sick. And what are those things that we can do that can make people live a healthier life, so that more of us don't go to hospital? During COVID times, is that many people didn't go to hospital. And one person told me that he sells coffins, and he told me a lot of people we sold coffins were COVID-related people, but not people who went to hospital and got sick and died. Meaning there has to be there's a relation between how we manage our health and how people die. I think we put a lot of money in medicine and equipment and infrastructure and don't put a lot of money on our health workers who would help us in preventing some of the diseases that we face. If we can put more money on our people, on our health workers, prevent people from getting sick, put more money on quality food production or productivity of food, put more money on decent housing, put more money on roads, on quality water, probably that would help us in managing how we handle our health as a sector.
Indeed. And Nelson, looking at the 60 years, a lot has happened. We did fight for independence and a lot of Kenyans died there. Then from there, we gained the internal self-rule. Then in the 1992, we also have, we also had in 1992 multipartyism and 2010 constitution. I would like you to touch on matters governance, but as you can see on your screen right now, the governor of county number 14, Cecily Mutito Mbarire, and a host of other county leadership are already streaming in. As you can see, also dignitaries from very, very many dignitaries have already, including ambassadors and envoys, are already in the Embu Stadium when we are expecting the head of state and other senior government officials any moment from now. And remember, the keynote address by the head of state is something that Kenyans are really waiting for in light of so many things that are happening in the country. Nelson, kindly touch on governance that we've had. We've made some strides.
Yes, we've made significant strides. By the promulgation of the new constitution, it moves us from the old dark days where only pro-government voices were heard. Today we have the new constitution, which allows everybody to speak willingly and freely. It is a plus for us. It's a very major step. There are so many countries in the world, especially Africa, which are still under that difficult time of no freedom of expression. So Kenya should be proud. On this day of Madaraka, there should be a reason for celebration. Governance has come a long way. Today, at least, we are sure once you're a president, you can't do more than 2 terms. We are sure about that. Unlike the previous time when you have a president running for the longest time. And you know, countries, some of our neighbors, they are taking more than, I mean, a friend was telling me there's no former president in some countries. There's only one president, and there's no former. So we are happy about our transition. And we really thank the Kenyans for voting for the new constitution. You can see, for instance, the previous last election for 2022, those are very smooth transition. It is very far from what was happening before. The new law that came in after 2010 has given Kenyans a chance to think about other things apart from politics. But there is still much that has to be done. For instance, if like my friend engineer here is talking about Daktari, healthcare, where today there are some areas not accessible for Kenyans, it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, 60 years down the line. 60
years down the line is very unfortunate. Countries like South Korea, probably Singapore, which were on the same page with us in 1960s or 50s, they are very different today. They are very much ahead of us. Not because they are smarter than us. In fact, it is clear that some of them borrowed our policies of development to where they are today. But they have gone ahead of us. I think we have mismatched priorities as a country. We have misplaced priorities because, like the engineer is saying, we focus more on healing or curative services rather than preventive services. It is dangerous because now that gives a very high cost of healthcare. It's very costly. When you prevent, it's cheaper than when you cure. And they say kuzuia ni afadhali kuliko kutibu. And that is something we must really adopt as Kenyans. So governance-wise, we have made steps. But we should not be very happy. We should not remain on the celebration table because there is so much that has to be done. There are Kenyans suffering from poverty. Like you had people dying of hunger, drought. At the same time, the same country, people are dying of floods. It makes no sense to somebody who is out of this country says Kenyans are dying of drought. At the same time, they are dying of floods. So somebody wonders which country is this having same problems that has a solution. One problem is a solution to the other. So we must also acknowledge and embrace innovation. There are so many Kenyans who have come up with very good ideas. If we have embraced them, we are going to have a very significant change in our development. So this Madaraka Day, the 60th Madaraka Day, we must decide deliberately to change our priorities. Because if we do not, 10 years from now, we shall be celebrating the same thing under the same conditions. I want to be on this table next time when I see Daktari saying, now in my village, we can access healthcare. That's what we want to hear. Because if we provide ambulance and there's no road, then there's no purpose for the ambulance. In my county, where I come from, there has been very many development steps, but the roads have improved, I would say, from where I sit. So devolution has worked. Devolution has worked for all Kenyans, I would think so, but the northern corridor of Kenya, the northern counties, haven't been given attention. And I think the government must deliberately decide to make this. It's very sad. A few weeks ago, I was visiting some of the counties, and we were told, people were asking, did you have elections? It was about 3 weeks ago, they were saying, who is the president of Kenya? I was so disturbed to wonder why would somebody from some part of the same country say they don't know what's happening. A newspaper reaches them after a week. You know, that is very dangerous. Because
the fuel prices there are something else. And I think Doc, you're laughing because you know some of what he's saying is true.
Exactly.
And still on the same, I would like you to touch on the democracy that we've had. Indeed, we fought for independence and we got it. Then we fought for multipartyism and we got it. Then we fought for a new constitution, now we have it. Picking from what Nelson has talked about, we are guaranteed that there is no president who will do more than 2 terms. Looking at the first regime and the second regime, we had them do more than 10 years, with the second president of Kenya having 24 years. But now we are guaranteed because we have our own constitution. Not only do we have our own country, we have our own constitution. But as he has said, the sharing of the national cake, he feels that we are yet to get there, and mentioning some of the counties from one of them that you hail from.
I would like to first say one thing in terms of the uniqueness of our nation. Kenya is the only country where you have experts unemployed within the country, but you source them from outside.
And you have them.
You have them here, and pay triple of what you would have paid your own experts in the country. I'm
Case
talking
in
about
point, the Cuban doctors?
The Cuban doctors.
Yes.
So Kenya is unique. Secondly, Kenya is the only nation where the system is established, but people will not want to leave the system freely to function. They will still hold on it. What are these systems I'm talking about? Now I'm going into the gains and things that have caused a lot of difficulties for people who will want to expel, on independence, but again, they are not intentionally feeling to leave systems that have been put in place. For example, we have the IBC, the electoral body. We call it independent, and it's a very nice word. Is always there, but we rarely see that independence in it. Every other time election comes in. Why? Both entities, whoever is competing for any position, will want favor from the institution. And the institution's leadership is compromised because these are civilians who have been tasked to follow just the law, the constitution that has been established, that established them, so that they are able to deliver with their mandate within that territory. But the challenge is the people who are in control of the systems will want to utilize or misuse them for purposes of self-gain, but not for the purpose of the constitutional gain. So this is one of the things that people are getting a problem in terms of gains. Leaving out or freeing the,
apologies to interject, but as we can see, the neighboring county of Kirinyaga County Governor and Waiguru there also getting in. It more or less seems like now the Kenyan dignitaries have already started streaming in, and she's having a chat there with one of the journalists, and as you can see, some of the big vehicles getting there. We know very well that we are not quite far from the big thing. Apologies for that, Doctor.
That's fine, thank you very much. Now, in terms of gains, you will realize that much of the gains are in papers. We have established systems that indeed guided by the 2010 Constitution, although this Constitution, much of the previous Constitution was adapted from UK, and then later when we were developing our Constitution, we adapted from Western countries, particularly America, and that wasn't a good move in terms of reflecting on the real life of Kenyans and putting their own laws, and that's why we are struggling with some of the laws that, or the laws that have been developed during that time.
Chief of Defense Forces also, Ogola, has just arrived. That more or less signifies that the head of state is not quite far, being the commander-in-chief, now that his CDF has already arrived at the Embu Stadium. We are expecting the president and also the CSs. I haven't seen any CS yet, but we're expecting them to start streaming in any moment from now. Doc?
I just saw Murkomen coming in,
Murkomen,
so
yes.
You must have missed that.
Yes.
But you're going to look for it.
Okay.
I think one thing that we need to reflect on in terms of the gain versus the reality is that, one, we must be proud of our peaceful dispensation of our leader governance in our country. When you go to neighboring countries, even after independence, you see there's quite a number of crises, either coups or even, you know, there's no freedom. As our colleague here mentioned, you'll realize there's a lot of difference between Kenya and neighboring countries or even Africa. When you go there, that's the time you'll appreciate Kenya is indeed in advanced stages. And when you look at Kenya from the perspective of where we are, we want more, while others are still scrolling. Still, they have not actually realized basic things that 21st century people will have seen it. So that is one. Secondly, you know, we are able to, you know, develop institutions that are independent. These institutions were anchored in our constitution. And the fact that we have those institutions there with all the knee-jerk problems or all the other issues, it's a very good indication that Kenya is heading towards, democratic freedom. Thirdly, you see our medias. You don't forget media. We are able to come out and express our concerns freely, without fear. And I know there are countries where you cannot even open your mouth, even if you are a leader. Forget about ordinary elites within the country who will have contributed to the development of the nation, but even the leaders who have been elected have no freedom to come to a media and express concerns or even talk about good things unless you praise an individual who is in power. And praising an individual is not governance. That is dictatorship. And dictatorship will not take any country anywhere. But we have one challenge that I see is not also getting out of our nation. Tribalism. We associate ourselves with tribes. 21st century, still talking about, I belong to this tribe. This guy who has been given this position belongs to this tribe. A case in point is recently the DPP Nuruddin Haji, who has been given a position at NIS as Director General. I mean, when you look at Kenyans speaking, I know those are naive. It's not about all Kenyans. But you know, these are people whom you think they have a place in the society. And when they speak out, you want to gain a lot from them. But our young people are looking at this particular person, talking about tribe and issues of leadership or appointments. I think that way it will be, that's the thing that we are not getting out of it. And the moment we continuously talk about tribe, you remember President Barack Obama, when he came here, he said a nation that is built on tribalism is doomed to fail. I mean, nations that are anchored on tribes will not get anywhere because tribalism is a disease. And that is where most of the African countries are collapsing, because they think certain groups or formation they belong to as a tribe or as a kinsman must have certain priority over the other ones, and that will not take us very far. And my wish at the age of 60 as our nation is that I think I want to see a Kenya where each and every person is a Kenyan by brand. And each and every person gets positions based on the performance or qualification than based on tribe or personal issues. But regionalization is okay, because you need to balance as a nation. When you come from different region, I mean, we have counties now. I mean, balancing employment or appointment regionally is a logical thing. But on tribal line, you could have 10 people who are from the same region, maybe, for example, where we are having the event in Embu, who are able to deliver better than any other people in the county, in other counties. And if they are the ones who are able to deliver that, then we should use them, because the end result is service delivery.
Okay. Engineer, if you ask me, after we gained independence and self-rule in 1963, we've also gotten more freedom when we started out multipartyism in 1992. And even some Kenyans lost their lives fighting for that. And after that, we also have the freedom of our own constitution. I would like you to touch on the governance, that the steps that we've made, the freedom that we have made and we have now, because of how we have been able to conduct our governance issues.
Well, freedom we have. I think the question we need to ask ourselves, what have we used it for? How has it made our lives better by exercising that?
Speaker of the Senate, apologies, the Speaker of the Senate has just also streamed in, as you can see, Amason Jeffa Kingi there, being escorted and also being welcomed by some of the Kenya Defense Forces officers there. Let's first of all listen in. We have some interview with, yes indeed, let's listen in.
Wakati tunasherehekea sikukuu ya Madaraka hivi leo, ni siku muhimu sana kwa taifa letu la Kenya, manake linaleta kumbukumbu ambapo wale ambao walijitolea kwa hamu na gamu kupigana na mbeberu ili kuona kwamba Kenya imekuwa huru na tumepata madaraka ya kujitawala wenyewe. Kwa hivyo ni siku muhimu na ni siku ambayo Kenya lazima wajivunie na wajikumbushe mengi ya kwamba tulipotoka ni kubaya. Tulikuwa tuko katika minyororo ya mabeberu ya kufurahikia kama Wakenya, na pia ni siku ya Wakenya kuweka vichwa pamoja na kuanza kujiuliza baada ya miaka hii yote ya kupata uhuru wa kujitawala, ni yapi ambayo tumeweza kuyatekeleza sisi wenyewe kama Waafrika weusi, sisi wenyewe kama Wakenya, baada ya kumfurusha mzungu, baada ya kumfurusha Mwingereza, ni yapi sisi wenyewe ambao pia tumeweza kuyatekeleza. Kwa hivyo wakati jiuliza, je, safari hii ya kuwa na uwezo na uhuru wa kujitawala nchi hii imeenda mbele kimaendeleo?
Je, kama seneti
mambo ya hela bila shaka ni mambo ambayo yanatekelezwa na executive. Kama seneti, ukiangalia katika katiba yetu ni kwamba seneti jukumu lake kubwa sana ni kutetea na kuhakikisha kwamba haki ya serikali. Miaka hiyo yote 10 na tunaenda 11 sasa, seneti imesimama kidete kutetea haki ya serikali za kaunti, kuona kwamba haihujumiki wakati wanatekeleza majukumu yao. Kwa hivyo kusema kweli ni kwamba kama seneti imetekeleza wajibu wake wa kisheria, wa kikatiba, kuona kwamba serikali za kaunti zimesimama na zimelindwa vilivyo.
Spika wa bunge la seneti humu nchini akizungumzia tu mahali nchi ya Kenya imetoka, umuhimu wa sherehe hizi za Madaraka Day, akisema kwamba ni sherehe muhimu ambazo za jinsi Kenya tulivyoweza kujitoa kwenye mikono ya mbeberu. Amezungumzia hali ilivyo, akasema kwamba ugatuzi kama bunge la seneti imeweza kujaribu kufanya kila juhudi ndizo majukumu yale ambayo ni majukumu ya bunge la seneti kuweza kufanya, na amesema kama seneti wameweza kufanya jukumu lao, kwa hivyo yote imesalia katika mikono ya serikali kuu. Baadhi ya viongozi wameshaanza kuingia, kama nilivyokujuza mtazamaji, kwamba hapa itakuwa ni nafasi ama ndio lango kuu ambalo viongozi watakuwa wanatumia kufika katika ukumbi ama katika uwanja huo wa Embu. Na kama ulivyoona hao ni viongozi wameingia. Mwingine aliyeingia hapo awali ni waziri wa kilimo Mithika Linturi, vile vile naibu gavana wa kaunti hii ya Embu Kinywa Mugo, vile vile mbunge wa Kihara Ndindi Nyoro, pamoja na mwenyekiti wa baraza la magavana Anne Waiguru. Na kama unavyoona hilo ni gari la spika. Huyu ni wa bunge la kitaifa. Huyu ni spika wa bunge la kitaifa, ndiye anaifika sasa. Dr. Moses Wetangula anaingia, kama unavyoona hilo ni Mia. Tungependa kupata kuzungumza naye, acha tuone kama atazungumza nasi kama wanahabari. Ndo huyu hapa.
Which are the many questions?
So many questions across the country right now, yes. Especially on the role of democracy. You have seen, on democracy, you've seen what the opposition is saying about lack of democracy, a decision that will also be coming to your house soon, and so many other things that yes. are in question. What would you say about where we are as a country today?
At 60, we certainly have come of age. Since independence, we have had regular elections at the level of democracy, with challenges, of course, but we have managed to successfully have now the 5th president. That is a feather in our democratic cap that we should be proud of. What we should focus on is now at 60, what social transformation do we give to our country? How do we get rid of abject poverty in our country, provide clean water, some issues that we have been talking about for the last 60 years. I think now it's time to take a new trajectory, reduce unnecessary and unhelpful arguments in our politics, and focus on how to uplift the lives of our people. That is what this day should signify. Our forefathers fought for independence. They brought independence. We should not betray them by derailing the cause for which they fought. Thank you.
Yet at 60
SMSEs.
Yes.
Exactly. What do you have to say about that? Because they're still complaining.
The world is now going smart economy, and Kenya should not be left behind. So we'll do everything we can to move in that direction.
At 60 years, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
the House you're leading, Parliament, working for the executive, being in bed with the executive. Parliament is still said not to be...
The House is independent of the executive. The House consists of political players. So you have to mix the two. The political players have caucuses outside the House, and they come to the House and vote as individuals and as caucuses. To that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
That we are seeing a lot of surgeries at KEMSA. Does it concern you?
My biggest concern is the delivery of health to the people. That is my greatest concern. And anything that would is what will be of concern to us. And our greatest concern is whether health will still remain a lot of efforts by some of the entities in national government to try and claw back on health without necessarily looking like they are doing a clawback. They use other programs like from donor agencies. And of particular interest, one, we have the universal health workers or universal health staff who were employed by the national government when COVID struck, and they had a contract of 3 years which ended this month. Of course, these health workers don't belong to the county, they don't belong to the national government, they belong to the people. And unless those people are given their letters and they come back for a renewal contract of 3 years, health is going to suffer. And of course, there's the issue of the mess, which we are aware at the moment, that the equipment that have been assisting our people for the longest time since this program was consummated, we are now staring at the danger of our people converging back get basic health services like the ICs, CT scan, and so on and so forth. So it is critical that whatever government should take place, which we are not part of. As we just want the services to continue, it doesn't matter whether they will be leased or bought, we just want the services to be there because the public is already used to them. So as we address Madaraka Day today, health must sit on the top list of the things we need to address.
Mheshimiwa Newton Karish. Unajua wimbo yake? Unasikia watu wa Embu, eh!
We are now at, we are on the last month, basically. We are in June. In June, we are supposed to have received all money except for June. And as it were, the last disbursement you got was of March. So we still have April and May that is still pending. And prudent use of resources, even the Public Act, or rather the Finance Act, states that all the monies for the counties or public entities should be given, or rather should be disbursed before the end of the financial year. So definitely the counties are affected. And you know, it is interesting that at the end of the financial year, you will see reports, and it is these media houses will be running them, about how counties are not performing, how they have not done any development, how they have not used the resources, the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget on the counties. Yet, you cannot work without resources because functions are supposed to be followed by resources. It is those resources or utilization of those resources that shows your performance. If you don't utilize them because you don't have them, then your performance definitely is affected. And that is how we normally brand devolution as failing. It is not failing. It is a treasury, it is the whole economy of Kenya that is failing devolution, not the managers of devolution themselves. Thank you very much.
Take you back to health, and we are seeing a push by medical practitioners, especially KMPDU, to revert health back to the national government for the same reason that you've mentioned, that counties have failed to ensure that we have the best of health services. You're the chair.
I think that move by the KMPDU looks, I would say it is boardroom politics. Boardroom politics to counties to pay the workers is the same one that is believed to be capable of paying the health workers if they go back of money to pay the same staff when they go back to national government. And therefore, that clamor to take back the health workers to the national government, I think it's a boardroom politics in which should not be entertained at all. Because that cannot happen unless we go back to the actually under Schedule 4. There's nothing you can change there unless we go for referendum. But of course, you know, sometimes get away with it. But we are aware that our judicial system is alert. And even as we make this appeal, we know that it's just hot air. It cannot happen. Thank you.
Naam, mtazamaji, huyo ni gavana wa Tharaka Nithi Muthomi Njuki, ambaye vile vile ndiye mwenyekiti wa kamati mezungumzia kwa mapana na marefu kuhusiana na masuala ambayo yanaathiri sekta ya afya humu nchini. Unakumbuka kwamba hivi majuzi kulikuwa na yale mazungumzo yalikuwa yanazungumzia ama yalikuwa yanataja kuhusu afya kuondolewa katika gatuzi na kuletwa ugatuzi katika hali hiyo, na kwamba inafaa sekta hiyo irudishwe katika serikali kuu. Lakini umemsikia hapo alivyozungumza akisema kwamba kama swala ama kama changamoto ni masala ya malipo na fedha zinatoka katika serikali kuu, basi ni vipi itakuwa hali yao itabadilika iwapo watarudishwa katika serikali kuu? La jinsi gatuzi zinavyofanya, akisema madaktari ni muhimu sana katika wananchi, na kwamba ni wajibu wa serikali kuu kuhakikisha kwamba iwapo ni changamoto zinazokumba madaktari, si kwamba inahudumia serikali za kaunti ama kuhudumia serikali kuu, bali
All right, first of all, we do apologize for the technical hitch there. Of course, a lot of traffic when you talk about even technology back there, because Embu is a little bit a small town, if you ask me. I have lived there for a number of years. But we continue with the live coverage there. You've seen some of the top government officials are already there. We have both speakers in the House now, and also we also have some governors as well. The last one there being the Council of Governors Committee Chair in Matters Health, that is Muthomi Njuki, who is also the governor of the vote-rich county of Tharaka Nithi. And there's something that I've noted about the three, the Muthomi Njuki and the two speakers. They've talked very passionately about devolution. That is another freedom that we gained ourselves after we promulgated and started devolution. Engineer.
Well, I was speaking about the freedoms that we have gained as a country, and I was saying for 40 years we could not speak freely as a nation under the Moi and Kenyatta rule. But what have we done with the freedom we have enjoyed with Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta? We've definitely made some gains. We have a new government system where we have the county government and the national government. We have a more free press. We have a more engaged public that are able to participate in the governance of this country. But also we also have some challenges that this freedom has brought. We had the worst post-election violence in 2007 as a result of these freedoms not being used or exercised responsibly. We have the Shakahola massacre, which is as a result of this freedom to exercise our religion freely. So, and also we have the war on corruption, which have sometimes been lost because of misrepresented facts on the ground. So I think we have both the pros and cons to these freedoms. We just need to take stock of what have we done with the 20 years of freedom and make the next 10, 20 years of this country much better by exercising this freedom more responsibly, by making sure this freedom is able to bring as much economic, political and social impact positively to the people of Kenya, and less in terms of how we look at ourselves as tribes, we look at ourselves as country that is divided. We want to secede. You know, we are talking about every time we have an election, people want to secede. All this because of the freedom we have that we are misusing as a country. So therefore, we need to be very cautious in terms of how our media carries stories, how we engage in the public, leaders and the common man, and also how religion is governed in this country, because we have seen, we used to look at religious extremism as just confined to Muslims, but Christianity seems to be worse, far more worse than Islam, because yes, we have the Mackenzies of this world who have called people to one isolated land, but we have so many pastors who masquerade to be prophets and deny people to go to seek health services and die in their homes and give that wealth to pastors. So this is something we need to discuss and be very, very careful about. And they are hiding under the clothes of political influence because they bring clouds to politicians. And this is an issue that we need to address as a country. The media need to be very courageous enough to speak about these issues. The Shakahola massacre, if you look at the media, the way they interrogate things, but nobody is able to have the courage to re-interrogate this. Where did this issue come about? This man started his church in 2003. For 20 years, nobody saw this. He didn't just kill people in the last 3 or 4 months. Probably this whole story started for many years. So we need to be able as a country to be able to interrogate this freedom that we have. Where have we failed as a country? And where have we gained? And how can we best move forward with the gains that we've made from this freedom? Yes.
And Nelson, looking at what our leaders there have talked about, they're talking so passionately about devolution, despite the few hitches here and there and the challenges that devolution has faced in the last almost 10 years now. I would like you to touch on that in matters devolution, how we've been able to carry ourselves. This is one form of freedom, if you ask me.
Yes. Before I comment on that, I want to commend my brother what he said. The freedoms we have misused or not rightfully used. You're in the media. Now we're in the era of fake news. If you see a media house, there are so many other versions of the same media house. And for the ignorant Kenyan doesn't know the difference. You've seen people behaving as if they are not the real people. You've seen somebody pretending to be the president of Kenya in the last year or something. Somebody masqueraded as the president Uhuru and was able to get money from somebody. You know? This is a freedom as well, we are saying. Coming to devolution, devolution has worked. From where I sit, devolution has worked. Why I would say this is because of the testimony I have from where I come from. Initially, I wouldn't go home with my car. I would have to park in the nearby center. Then I walk home. But today, I can drive out to my home. That has worked for me. Over the years, when I was young, growing up in Kakamega, I've seen the changes happen. When I hear about people talk about healthcare being a national matter, I feel at times not very happy because this should be devolved. Healthcare, like the friend said, is not about national government or devolved units because it's everybody's concern. I got an opportunity to stay in other parts of the world apart from Kenya, and I can tell you it is very sad what you see today. In most of the economies that are doing very well, healthcare is a primary thing. It's not something to discuss about whether we should take it where or goes mandatory. It's a responsibility for the government. Devolution has worked. And as you can see, the 47 units, there may be so much devolved services, but there's devolved corruption. Because it has come from national level to devolved units. And I was sitting with a friend of mine who said to me, you know, I used 400 million to campaign to be a governor. Then I was asking myself, how much is the salary of a governor?
Even if we say $1 million every month, you cannot make that in the 5 years.
Cannot make it 400 million. So what would the interest of being a governor? Spending 400 million, you can do something different with that money. Not necessarily being a governor. That means there's something hidden that you cannot read in books or write about at home. And I think the Anti-Corruption Commission must now start targeting not only the public scene corruption and start looking at the private individuals, because the elected leaders can only be made corrupt by the private. I do not think that a civil servant will corrupt another civil servant. Most likely there will be a private citizen corrupting a public servant. So devolution has worked, but we have a long way to go. We still have a lot of mistrust within the two units. You can see there's so much delay of funds being released to the county governments. I don't know how that happens. I want to think as a layman why the money has been collected. It's there.
Actually, I do concur because I also report from the courts, and you remember we even went to the Supreme Court because of the division of revenue counties.
Yeah, because
once a certain amount of money, the national government says we can only give this, and not only that, there is delay in disbursement of this money.
So I don't know, when I do a transfer of M-Pesa to you, it comes immediately. If it's an RTGS, it's the same day. I don't know why it's so difficult for money from the national unit to be sent to devolved units until the governors are now saying, can we go on hold? I was watching the other day the governor for Nyeri saying, look, we are even thinking about telling the workers to not to come, because we can't keep them coming at their resources. There must be something wrong that we are not addressing. Is it the bureaucracy? What is it? Because if the money is there, what is the problem of disbursing the money to the county government? In the worst case scenario, why can't it be then that you collect your money, retain what you can retain, send the rest to the national government? I don't know. I'm thinking as a layman. I'm trying to assume that I'm not going to school.
All right. Doc, I'd like to give you one word in terms of devolution, because you also need to predict the speech that all Kenyans are waiting for, the head of state speech. Because the one guy said that he is really waiting for the president's speech because a number of issues are dogging the country. So I'll give you some moment to reflect on devolution.
Right. I think devolution itself is a game. We must appreciate that. It is totally a game. However, as my brother has put it very well, we have devolved also corruption. Have you heard any of you who is walking around the city or in big towns where people tell you, oh, that flat ni county worker, ni mfanyakazi wa county. Hiyo nyumba ni ya mfanyakazi wa county. I'm wondering, I've worked for the last 27 years. And I could not even get a flat all that time, and I have been earning for the last 15 years 7-digit salary. 7-digit salary, not even anyone
not
else.
Even 6.
Not 6. And yet I could not make such a flat. And therefore, the problem is we are accepting something which is not normal and normalize it for it to be normal. And I don't know how that chain has completely accepted. So one thing we expect from the president is that the 10 years that devolution has been in existence, I guess 10 years, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the 10 years that devolution has been in existence, we know quite a number of people who have looted county coffers and made significant gain in their wealth. These are things that are alarming. We may not even think of the national government. Perhaps bigger things are happening there, up there. But again, when it is devolved down there, and down there I look at a common person who does not understand anything about devolution, only wants basic services to be given. Basic, very basic. And even sometimes, if I take you to the hospitals in the rural areas, much of the drugs are not there. The drugs which are there are basic, that we buy them with 20 shilling, 10 shilling, 15 shilling. Not drugs we buy them from the pharmacies with 1,000 or 2,000 shilling. That tells you the level of their livelihood and the level of their understanding and what basic thing they need. But if my CEC has built a skyscraper in Nairobi or Eldoret, and yet down there there's nothing, completely nothing going on, means there's a curtail between the governors and the executive that he has put in place, and of course the control of the budget is not exceptional, because that money passes through them, and then of course finally every year you hear the Auditor General reporting cases of malpractices in the resources. But do we take any action? No, we don't. Then who is supposed to take action? EACC was established, and I think they need to take, they need to change. So we expect the president to come very firm. The way he has came out when there was a crisis in KEMSA over the Global Fund resources, he should also direct his troops to do lifestyle audit of all people who have gone through the county management or leadership, and understand if the governor is earning give him 2 million. If the governor is earning 2 million every month, will he make 3 billion? No. My county governor has used 1.2 billion or 3 billion, huge amount of money. I was hearing my own constituency where I was in the race, he has used over 150 million. And now I'm just wondering, if as he has put it very well, if your salary is that, how long will it take you to do that? So that means we are opening arenas for corruption and looting of public resources. And on that note, we expect the president to come out firmly on that issues, and he should end this. The other thing we expect the president to tell us about is the issue of taxation. You know, the tax bill. Yes. I think it's something that the president needs to reflect on. Why we have been paying tax, every Kenyan has been paying tax, but Kenyans are crying. I tend to think it is not the right time. And therefore, I think his advisors need to tell him that as much as the brilliant idea he has tabled, and it is something that we must do it, can we do it progressively so that we know when Kenyans recover from the drought and the floods that we had, then we are able to, they are not going to feel the pain, and they are able to say, yes, we can pay this tax. Or can we prorate it across certain duration, so that they are able to bite it slowly, not biting them at once. The other thing that we expect him to tell us is the issue of politicking all through from one election time to the other election time. And on that note, I'm looking at the freedom the Constitution has given us. Are we misusing it, or we are using it as per it is required? For example, you cannot, a leader who has been involved in changing this country's constitution, issues of democracy, and then today, at age of his retirement, he says we want cessation. What is he trying to tell the young generation who is coming up? Is that this country has no control, there's nothing that controls or boundaries in terms of the freedoms of that we have. And I tend to think even America, where this democracy we have adapted from, don't give you that freedom like that, leeway. And therefore, I think there's a bit of misunderstanding of what is free in freedom and what is where the boundaries lies. And once you get where the boundary lies, we are able to guide ourselves. And objectively, people must bring out issues on the table based on facts and not fiction. The other thing is, politics is not leadership or governance. Politics is about mobilizing troops so that they vote you in. The moment you are voted in, you are property of that voters, those voters. You are property of Kenyans. We pay your salary based on our tax, and therefore you should provide services, not politicking all through. I think those are areas that I wanted him to look at. Above all, how we're going to open up northern frontier districts where we have now at the age of 60, we still need basic things. For example, water. We still do water tracking during dry seasons, and then we have a lot of flash floods from Ethiopia passing through our villages, and we are not able to harvest that water, and therefore after every 3-4 months we will still go the same way that we were during the drought season. People have lost a lot of animals, all their animals, or people have lost a lot of their properties, farms, product. Let him tell us how he will turn around things in order for Kenyans' basic life improve. And the cost of living that we know very well is biting now. He should also now explicitly come out what the strategies or measures he wants to put in place, which are immediate measures, intermediate measures, and long-term measures that we expect. That way we are able to think through and say, our beloved president is doing for us this, and therefore we are able to cope with the current situation and move to the next situation. So resilience is what we need.
Sure. And of course, when we come back, Crispus, we will talk about, we will wrap it up on devolution and what exactly we do expect, because Kenyans are quite expectant that the head of state will address some of these key issues, including cost of living and the finance bill that is scheduled for the second reading on Tuesday. And of course, we also be looking at the security challenge. Yesterday, CS Kithure Kindiki was very categorical that the government is hands-on in terms of the security challenges that we have. And we will go back in time. You do remember we had mashifters, but the government was able to deal with them ruthlessly. And now we have another emerging issue of radicalization. We will be discussing that when we come back. But first of all, let's go back to Embu Stadium and listen to those songs.
Tuwapongeze kwa makofi tafadhali wananchi. Wimbo wao ujenzi wa taifa. Mike Getone.
Asante sana mwenzangu Ngaruya. Wanaingia sasa kufunga safu ya matumbuizo kipindi hicho ni wanakogan Kochia. Hawa wanajulikana kama Ramogi Cultural Dances. Hapo ndani kuna mzee ambaye mdadisi wangu ananiambia kwamba ana miaka 90. Na ni yeye team leader.
Huyo mzee?
Yes. Mjumbe wa hapa ana miaka ngapi?
Mbunge wa hapa ni kama 40 hivi ama 50.
Pale ndani, huyo team leader wa Kogan Kochia ana miaka 90. Mjumbe wa hapa anaitwa Mokonji. Yes. Mokonji, nataka uangalie mzee yako hapo mbele. Huyo mzee ana miaka zaidi ya 90. Kutoka Kogan Kochia. Weka macho uwanjani Ngaruya sasa.
Asanteni sana, tuwapongeze kwa makofi, kwa makofi, kwa makofi, kwa makofi. Wanapoondoka tuwapongeze kwa makofi tafadhali. Mike Getone.
Asante sana. Nimepata ujumbe wake ndugu yangu Fanuel ananiambia kwamba wanaitwa Kagan.
Ati wanaitwa
Kochia.
Wanaitwa
Kagan.
Very well, that has been one of the sights and sounds live from Embu. Traditional dance group from Luo Nyanza there, taking their steps there to entertain the crowd as we wait for the chief guest, President William Ruto, who we expect to lead the 60th celebrations of Madaraka Day today. And as soon as he's there, we'll be informing you as well. But also here in studio, we are reflecting on the 60 years of independence and some of the challenges and some of also what we've been able to accomplish in that time. I have Dr. Isaac Hassan, I also have Engineer Crispus Wathimba, and also I have Nelson Sechere, who is the Executive Director of Veterans for Peace Kenya, where veterans have been also, we're expecting a lot of veterans there as well, but they are sometimes the unsung heroes. But Engineer, as we wrap up on the matter of devolution and what we expect the president, of course the finance bill is something on a lot of Kenyans' lips, but we also have a number of issues that Kenyans need addressed, and especially when it comes to the high cost of living. I would like you to touch on that.
Well, I just want to touch on the fact that devolution is with us. We are not going to backtrack from that. We're not going to look behind and say, do we go back to a one government kind of administration? So now that we have devolution, we must make it better. We must take stock of the 10 years that we have had devolution. What has gone for us, what has been good for us, and what has been bad for us. That which we have been very bad for us, we expect the president to be very firm and deal with it. That which has been good for us, we want the president to build on that, so that Kenya can take full advantage of the good things that are coming out of devolution. When Kibaki took over in 2003, many people didn't believe that we would have free education, free primary education. But he went and started the program without even enough resources as a country. And today we have benefited fully from free education. Meaning, as a country, it's not that we lack the resources. The challenge is how do we use or maximize the wealth that we have as a country. If we could be able to collect enough of our taxes and make sure there's less loss in terms of how we spend our taxes, we have enough for this country. One of the challenges we have is that we speak a great deal about corruption. If you look at the headlines we had over the last 10 years, there was corruption, corruption, corruption. But there's very few of those headlines showing a single person who has been prosecuted successfully, jailed, and assets recovered and taken back to the public. Very few, very little is spoken about the fight against corruption or fight and a winning. So I hope and pray that this administration will have success stories where somebody who has been found to have stolen public resources is found culpable, is prosecuted, is punished, and those resources taken back to the public so that they can be able to help. So we hope that if this is fought, then when it comes to us asking for more taxes, it will be an easy conversation because we can be able to trust the government with our resources. But as we are now, even if you put how beautiful these levies will look in terms of what they can deliver, but we don't trust the people who are going to manage the resources, it's going to be very hard conversation. We just pray that the government can be able to be as firm as possible with this fight on corruption. Let us be able to be a country where if you're given a public position, you are satisfied with a small salary as it is. We are satisfied with the powers that you are given, and don't abuse those powers to increase your salary. Because public service does not come with a lot of perks, but it comes with a lot of power. And that power is what is being abused by people to make a lot of money. We've seen an employee of Nairobi City Council who was earning 21,000 shillings, but he used his power as a procurement officer to amass wealth reaching 500 million Kenya shilling. That is where...
In less than 10 years, actually.
In less than 10 years. So that's what we're saying. This public office comes with a small pack, but it comes with a lot of power. So when you use this power for your own selfish interest, many Kenyans lose. We have talked about people running for office and spending millions of shillings for a small salary. It's not about the salary they are going to recover their money. It's the power these offices come with. And when those powers are abused, it's Kenyans who suffer. So if we can be very firm in taming how this power is abused by government officials, then as a country we can progress. Kibaki managed to do that. He was surrounded by people who understand where he is going. Kibaki himself never reflected on making himself rich. He entered office and he served the public. I hope the president can continue with the love he has for the country and very firm on those who are around him who are about to steal or are planning to steal.
And still on government, engineer, this, incidentally, we are in the fifth regime and happens to be the biggest government that Kenya has had since independence. I would like you to touch on that, because some people have raised issues, and especially when it comes to the CAS positions. They are saying, we are not doing very well economically, but if we have a bigger government, we will also have avenues for pilferages and wastages in government as well.
Well, you know, we cannot confine Dr. William Ruto to run the government in the same way Kibaki ran it, or the way Uhuru ran it. He came up with his own plan. So we must also give him room to deliver his mandate the way he wishes. And if the constitution allows him to hire as many people as possible, let him do that. But what we need to hold him account is that we have given you the room to hire all these people. What are they delivering for us? Are they able to bring a return on investment? If you look at Kibaki's administration, he went to the private sector, and private sector expertise was not cheap at that time. And he paid them very well. But what did they deliver? They delivered, at some point, a double-digit growth in the economy. When he was putting resources with these people, he was very sure these people will deliver, and they delivered. We cannot complain about Kibaki's administration. We had enough food for our people. We had enough economic growth at our times. Even after going through 2 referendums and 1 troublesome election, the country still growth was there. But we have seen peace in the last 10 years. We have spent 9 trillion on infrastructure. And we are told this infrastructure will be the stepping stone for our economic growth. But that economic growth did not translate to money in the pocket. So, yes, we had a bloated government with Uhuru Kenyatta. We might have a bloated government with Ruto. But the contrast will be, probably with Ruto, he might have a bloated government, but delivering in terms of the value for money for the Kenyan people. Kibaki had a small government, but very expensive because he had to bring expertise, but he delivered for the people. So let's allow William Ruto to run his government as he wishes, so that in 5 years' time, we'll tell him, we gave you the mandate, we gave you the room to deliver as you wish, where are the results? But if we still control him and tell him you must do your government as Uhuru Kenyatta was doing, then you are not giving him the powers to deliver as the president.
Let me pick from where engineer has left it, because he's saying, yes, indeed, maybe we may have a lean government, but not deliver. We might have a bloated one, but give it a chance. Nelson, looking at the government as it is, some people have talked about President William Ruto has the best opportunity to become the best president ever. Reason being, he has been in 4 regimes. He was with Moi, he was in Kibaki's government, he was a deputy president for 10 years, and now he is the head of state. So he has had around 20 years of being in government in one way or the other. So he is best suited for this job. I'd like you to comment on that.
Yes, I think, in my opinion, President William Ruto has the best chance to be a president that will be remembered for long. Before President William Ruto, we were remembering about Kibaki, because Kibaki made a lot of impact with very little that was there. The only setback that probably President William Ruto is going to suffer is from the surrounding of people around him. Because he's a very brilliant man from where I sit. He is very outspoken, he knows what he needs, but there are so many hindrances that comes in. And I wouldn't want him to be lured into the temptation of what other presidents have gone through from political rewarding that is now going on. I would think that from where he is now, he has nothing to lose by making drastic measures. He has no baggage with him, unlike the former president. Probably he had some people to be very careful about as we are dealing with them. For him, he can do, and I'm very happy with what he did with the previous, recently with the issue of sugar. He basically made sure that all the heads dropped from top to bottom. That is what should be done in equal measure. And that is what was expected from him. He will also want to prioritize on key economic areas. For example, infrastructure. In any economic setup that is going to grow, energy is a very key drive for economic development. There has to be as many incentives towards the energy sector. If he has to promote manufacturing, then the initial stage will be to enhance the power availability to the people. And he has nothing to lose by being tough. That is what I expected from today when he's going to address the Kenyans. He should tell us, look, I'm here, you voted for me. There could be some contests here and there. There could be some people not very happy with the situation, but this is where we are. I'm the President of the Republic of Kenya. Trust me, I will deal this for you. Because, to be honest, if you are given this power today for 2 days, there are things you are going to make. Some obvious decisions. There are things that you must do differently. And don't dwell so much on celebration, because that is what has failed many countries. Because it's a small achievement, you want to dwell on that as an achievement. And also, I expect that today when he's going to address us, and even his people and the leaders who are there, they won't give promises, because now the time for promises ended by election. There shouldn't be an advantage of saying, okay, now we have planned. Now it's time of doing it, because now he's already there. There is every reason why he has to do what he has to do. And we appreciate the fact that he is really acknowledging the rule of law. He is going so much, even if you look at what is happening in the opposition, he is really giving room for some kind of discussion. Like, I know I'm the president, but look, let me hear. They say the majority have the say, but the minority need to have, they might not have their say, but the majority have their way. It is very important for us to listen to every Kenyan. And listening from what I've seen the cabinet doing, I would commend the president, because I'm seeing very few ministers speak in public. That is very good. It's a deviation from the past. I have not seen ministers coming out and telling us things every day. I'm seeing more of people being quiet. You know, there are ministers, we don't even know what is happening with their ministries, but there are things going on. And that's very good. And I think that should be a spirit that is, we must encourage to the entire cabinet. Finally, the issue of being a president must never be forgotten, that a president is a state symbol, is a unit, is a symbol of unity. There is no president for opposition or government, Kenya Kwanza or Azimio. The president of Kenya is a symbol of national unity. And as such, I'm sure that the veterans who came before us, those who brought us the independence, they envisage that one day we'll be having our own self-rule. Self-rule means we are happy with ourselves. Whatever the mud that we have is our own. And he must firmly state that he's supporting peace within this period. And of course, we've not seen much different from what he's saying. Finally, and not the least, we also want him to be tough on corruption. Pronounce himself deliberately that this is not what I would want to hear from my government. Because being a head of state, you are the commander-in-chief. The head stops with you. You may want to blame a minister or the other, but eventually you will say, under my tenure, this is what happened or did not happen. So I think he has the best chance to do something different from the rest of the presidents.
Doc, I would like you also to weigh in on the issue of his government. And it's a good thing that Nelson has reminded us that this is the government, the first government that a sitting CS will have his day in Parliament and also address Kenyans on exactly what he or she is doing. Still on the same, you saw how the president cracked the whip on the health PS and also on KEMSA, more or less showing that he is more than committed. Yes, indeed, the government is more than about 9 months old now, but we have seen some tremendous steps that the president has taken in matters accountability.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, President Ruto, from the onset of his occupation of the highest office, he set a very clear rules, whereby I'll give you the job, you make sure that you deliver as per the requirement of that job. And when one of his officers in the Ministry of Health failed to do his work or her work, then he reacted, and the reaction was very well, and it was welcomed. It was welcomed by all Kenyans, and people viewed him as someone who is a no-nonsense, who doesn't want to have any corruption within his country. But as my brother has put it very well, the blueprint of his deliverables are anchored on his manifesto. So we don't need now to talk about issues of we'll do this or we'll do this. We already know what you promised to do. We know in political campaign times, promises are made, huge promises are made, but government operates differently. Government operates based on budgets that are already forecast. And therefore, and the fact that he was not, the sitting president, or the fact that being the deputy, but he was not given the privilege to be part of the system at that particular time, he did not budget for his promises. And quite often Kenyans think that when the president promises things, all of a sudden, very early in the morning, once he is sworn in the office, he will start delivering. The government don't operate that way. Government has a focus, and budgeting is always, based on previous years. He may be responding to budgets that has already been established by the other government, the previous government.
Apologies, Dr. But as you can see on your screen, is that that is the official ceremonial car that or vehicle that the head of state is expected to use, and you can see that the soldiers there are on standby, meaning that their commander-in-chief is not quite far, and any moment now we might see signs of the head of state arriving at the Embu Stadium. But for now, the entertainment continues, and we also here in live studio continue to reflect on some of the gains and some of the steps that we have made in the 60 years that we have been independent, and what we also can do better, because we also need to put things and issues into perspective. Continue with your statement.
Right. Definitely, that's the ceremonial car.
Yes.
And we love it whenever we see it during national function days.
Sure.
Now, it is time to deliver with a clear roadmap. And the clear roadmap the president has put in place is by putting the right people in the right place, first and foremost, because it's not him who will going to deliver. It's those people he has engaged. And if he has bloated his government, for example, adding more human resource to make sure that he delivers his promises, I think, as my colleagues have already put it, I think it is one way that we should give them a freedom. I know opposition will want to shoot him down so that he fails in what he wants, he is expected to do, so that they tell the public that, you see, you have elected a president and he has not delivered what he was expected to deliver. And that's a mentality of people who are not thinking of being nationalist, or people who are not patriotic, because services are for the citizens of this country. It has nothing to do with the leadership of the country. The leadership of the country only ensures or guide that those services are delivered to the citizen of the country. So one thing that perhaps I will expect him to now put a lot of weight on is, of course, he should look for a way of preventing wastages in his government, because that is one thing that is killing us. A governor, for example, let me go to my governor in Mandera. He has no threat, he has nothing. He wants to come to my village in Takaba, and he uses 28-30 vehicles to come there, and all those vehicles plus all the personnel who are in those vehicles are paid by the exchequer. I don't see why we should need such a wastage. That's a wastage. Yes. He uses his car and two of security cars.
I see also the Attorney General has also arrived, Justin Bidan Muturi. is, of course, he hails from the same county. He is also being welcomed into the stadium, meaning that the creme de la creme that we are expecting, the top leadership of the head of state any moment from now. And as you can see, the security personnel are on standby, meaning that it's only a matter of time before we see the head of state, who we are eagerly awaiting for. Doc?
Right, thank you. So once the wastages are prevented, I think we will be able to keep more cash or more resources into our coffer for purpose of using those resources for other development or other services. Secondly, as we all spoke about it, corruption.
Right. Also the Chief Justice and the President of the Supreme Court, the Chair of the National Council on Administration of Justice, Chief Justice Martha Koome, is also in attendance. We are almost there, right?
Right, I can see the high dignitaries, the three arms of the government. Now it's only the executive.
The executive that we are waiting for.
Yeah, that we are waiting for.
Yeah.
We already have the speakers of the National Assemblies. We already have also the judiciary, the Chief Justice, and definitely is the President now to follow.
And also the Council of Governors.
Council of Governors, of course,
Chair of the Council of Governors.
Yeah, but we have been taught the three arms of the government.
Yes.
And now the county governments are not part of the three arms of the government according to the teachings that we have been given. So if I talked about wastage prevention, then secondly, we have talked about corruption. That must be also completely zero tolerance. Thirdly, he must come up with a strategic priority of his manifesto, saying, with this roadmap, we will going to do this and this other phase. I promised we will do this in the next 5 years. Once we get that information on our public domain, then people expectation will be controlled, because they know government don't operate just like a private entity, and therefore everything will be based on focus, and the roadmap they will give us is the one which will going to guide us, and we will be will measure the performance of the government of the President William Ruto based on the roadmap he has given us, based on the priorities that he has set.
All right.
Finally,
apologies.
Finally, I mean, you don't just do all that without goodwill. So we must have a goodwill from his troops, people who really are dedicated and committed to deliver the presidential pledges, and based on the roadmap they have set, they are able to say, this is what we are expected to do, and for us to help the president to deliver his pledges, we must have the goodwill and ensure that every other steps that they take is geared towards delivering what is in the manifesto and the strategic priority that has been set. Therefore, communicating that information to the public domain is also one critical thing. Otherwise, when we are in the darkness, then it gives us a question of asking a lot of what is happening, what is going on, what was he supposed to do, we don't understand what is going on, you know. And then the oppositions are loud in terms of underscoring the government's performance. If you are not able to tell them that this is what they were expected to do, and everything is at a gray area, then the opposition will going to have an upper hand in terms of poisoning the public on issues of negativity in terms of the performance of the government.
All right. Engineer, looking at our country, some have argued that Kenya is always a politicking country, and our elections do not quite represent what a democracy like Kenya, being one of the biggest democracies in East and Central Africa, we are always in politics, and after every election we have to have an issue. I think the only one that we never had any petitions or any of the sharing of anything was in 2003, I think. Yes, and now we have bipartisan talks. Let's talk some politics. And the bipartisan talks don't seem to be yielding any fruits yet. Hardline stance that have caused the two sides actually to suspend the talks indefinitely. But unfortunately, we cannot ignore politics in a free country like Kenya. I'd like you to touch on that.
Well, Just before I touch on politics, I just also want to comment on what my colleague said, that it's good for the ministers are a bit quiet. But I also feel like if as much as they're quiet, they need to be seen to be responsible. If you are on the social media handles, you can see there's talk of this opulence that some of these ministers are being associated with, wearing expensive watches, expensive shoes, some watches worth 5 months' salary of a cabinet secretary. That sends a very wrong message. We've seen some of the CSs who are being appointed exposing their expensive cars. That's a sign that money is being... We don't want Ruto to carry the whole country on himself, because he's surrounded by people around him who are not able to help him drive this country. As far as politics is concerned, I feel like our politics is still has not yet matured. Because if you look at the opposition we still have is the one that we had 30 years ago. We haven't changed in terms of the character and formation of the opposition. We still have the Orengos of this world, the Mother Karuas, the Raila Odinga. We haven't changed the character or the crop of leaders that are either in the opposition. We want to see more of young people coming up and taking leadership in terms of both in government and in the opposition, so that the conversation that is there can also be different. That's the only way we can see our democracy is moving forward. But as long as we still have the same characters over 30 years discussing politics, then that's a challenge for us. I don't feel like we're able to progress.
All right. And Nelson, yes. A recognition of heroes and heroines who fought and continue to fight for justice, equality, and a better life for Kenyans, including those who are doing it right now. This is something that we need to step up, because we have some of the heroes and heroines as we speak, and we have seen how we have treated our heroes and heroines in the past, and especially those who fought for, one, the independence of Kenya, and two, for the multi-partyism in the 90s. I'd like to touch on that.
Yeah, we have so many heroes and heroines who have contributed to this country immensely. Unfortunately, we are a country that only appreciates people in their death, not when they're alive. You saw the late wife of Dedan being buried the other day, Mukami.
Yes.
You could see the opulence, the people
pomp,
coming,
the color, and the budget as well.
We really like, she fought, the husband was there. But before then, you and me knows, we don't know where she was. We don't know where she was like a year ago, 2 years ago. We know she was around. Yes. We have an idea there was some widow somewhere doing something. But we should have not only the monuments, calling the roads by Kimathi Street, Moi Avenue, the families of these people who have fought for the country, they do not enjoy the lifestyle of what they should enjoy. In the US, for example, a veteran, when somebody who has sacrificed for the country dies, the government takes over the family moving forward. And that's something that must be learned from where we are. It is not possible that we only celebrate our heroes and heroines when they die. We must have there's a commission that is in place for heroes and heroines, but there seems to be more of what would I say, it's just something not structural. It's just a name of something, because the lives of these people, you can see what's happening in Embu today. There are so many people who are singing. There were guys who composed the songs for this country. The Mwalimus, I don't know, where is he? We don't know where he is. Unless he dies, we can now find out and say, oh, the guy composed some music for us, you know? This is the time we should be saying, okay, these are the people who have contributed to this, and they must be given a stipend on a monthly basis, regular basis, because they don't have anything else they do. Whoever composed our national anthem or our flag or our devolution things of what we are doing today must be put somewhere. It is very sad if we keep on celebrating our heroes during their death and not remembering that they have families. Today, you know, like this media house you are in today hosts almost all the journalists in this country that have come from this house.
Yes.
Do you have some appreciation that the government knows this KBC, for example, has contributed heavily in the media industry for this country?
And they should, actually.
They should be having something of the sort. The late Kasavuli was a friend of mine. When I went for the funeral, I saw everybody, every journalist from all media houses come and say, this was my friend. It was my friend. But before then, we cannot remember what was it that was being done before. There must be a reason why we must be having these celebrations like Madaraka Day. We must mark it to something a bit more stronger than just having a song and saying we appreciate you and giving an envelope. Today they are seeing us singing, they're artists, comedians. They'll be given a stipend today. After that, they'll be forgotten until next year when they have a new Madaraka Day. You know? It is not what we should be having.
All right. And as you can see on your screen now, the soldiers and the army band have started doing their final steps. And they are exactly entering now the Embu complex, where it's all systems go. That is a clear indication that their commander-in-chief, the president, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, is on his way. As they enter and march into the Embu Stadium, there are also dignitaries have also gotten there. We have all arms of government except from the executive, where we are expecting the president any moment from now. Continue enjoying the sights and sounds from Embu County. Now, Doc, at the end of the day, even if we have the best freedom that any country can have, if our security challenges continue to dog and drag us down, we have not yet gotten our freedom yet. We have had several security challenges, beginning with the mashifters that we had in the 80s that were wiped out by the government. We also had some extremism where we had some radicalization of youths in Mombasa, Lamu, Kilifi. We also had remember was it called the guys who used to say Onisi Kenya?
MRC.
MRC, yes. Mombasa Republican or something. And after that, we've had banditry. Of course, banditry has been there for quite a while. Should we, looking at what happened in the northern frontier, where mashifters had almost taken over and they were completely cleaned by the government, should we change some of the security strategies that we have, maybe to get new resort? Because we've had governments after governments, but issues like banditry and extremism have been a big thorn in our flesh.
Right. I think security is a problem mainly on the northern areas, simply because of the porous borders. First, we must appreciate how our landscape look like. For example, Mandera County has two borders. It borders with Ethiopia and it borders with Somalia. When you come to Wajir County, it borders with Somalia and it borders with Ethiopia. When you come to Garissa County, it borders with Somalia. Now, those porous borders cannot be controlled by our security agents, simply because they are vast, as well as access is a challenge. With the introduction of motorcycle, movement and access of bandits has been enhanced. Simply because motorcycles cannot be controlled and they use the paths where humans, pedestrians use. And they usually go very far. And you'll see someone committing crime here today and then crossing over to another county or another country within an hour. For example, recently, there's a man, a Kenyan, a man who was working in Mandera, Takaba, Mandera West, Takaba. He was working in Akware, and his employee, who has been working with him for almost 5-6 years in Kware, just murdered him, buried him in a shallow grave, and picked his motorcycle plus his money, and came to, run away to Kenya. Still, the security apparatus have not tracked that particular criminal and then brought him to book. What is the consequences? Now, the man who has been killed is a resident from Mandera West. The one who has killed him, so purportedly have killed him, is coming from this other part of Kenya.
All right.
You remember the issue of... Right.
Just hold on, Doc. Let's first of all have the sights and sounds of what the soldiers are doing.
Basi baada ya kuhakikisha kwamba gwaride liko tayari siku ya leo, ni zamu ya mkuu wa gwaride hii kuweza kuchukua usukani kutoka kwake parade adjutant. Naye baada ya kumkabidhi anaondoka kwa muda mfupi sana aliopewa kuweza kutoka nje kabisa kujiunga na maafisa wenzake tayari kwa gwaride.
And as you can see that the soldiers are taking their steps, meaning that any moment now the official program will begin. And I'm going to give my guests this morning a few minutes to also reflect on that before we go to the official program. Engineer?
Well, for me, it's just to say 60 years is here with us. As a country, we can't always be reflecting on the worst that has come before us. We need to move forward. And I think move forward is pick up the good things that this country has built on for the last 60 years and build on it. We have a new generation of young people whose mindset is not as those of us who have lived in the last 60 years. And the dreams and aspirations of these young people depend on how we take advantage of the foundation that we have as a country. And these are the people who are going to make this Kenya great. It's not us who have been here for the last 40, 60 years. It is them who are going to make Kenya different from the rest of us. America is a great nation because of its people. Kenya will be a great nation because of how we build on the capital or the human capital we have today. We have a very huge capital base in terms of human resources. Let's take full advantage of it. Let us build on it, and let's be able to be as a country as responsible as we can be with the resources we have. Let us not be surrounding ourselves with people who are not focused on building our country, but let us surround ourselves with responsible people, men and women who can take this country forward. And that's what I request from the president. Rewarding loyalty is a very good thing, but it can be very expensive. So let him take advantage of the people that he has in this country who can do great things with very little. Not people who can do very little with so much, because they are very expensive in terms of how they reward themselves.
Nelson?
This 60 years should help us to reflect not only for the bad things, but also the good things. But we must not stay there on the reflection table, because a time comes when, this day is just once in a year, comes today until next year again, we have a similar day. We must make deliberate steps, and this is what I'm saying. The president has every reason to do something different. We want something different. Kenyans are a very interesting lot. They forget very fast, especially good and bad things. But if there's a consistent thing that is being done by the president, it is going to be remembered. We remember President Moi for so many things. We can never forget Moi. We can remember Kibaki for so many things. Good things. There are so many roads done because of him. I think President William Ruto has a reason to make something drastic.
All right, Doc?
Yeah, it's a time to reflect deeply on the founding aspiration of our nation. That is one important thing. But we should resist people who want to drain our gains. Kenya, I always tell people, leave this country and go and visit other nations. When you see those countries, come back and then reflect on where you are in your country. You will find, with the exception of the Western countries which are already advancedly developed, we are actually much better than most of the developing countries. And above all, I think we have grown very well in terms of technology, we have grown very well in terms of education, we have grown very well in terms of economy. And one thing I tell people is that for those who want to drain back this country and bring this country down, they should go and see the neighboring countries who have already collapsed. So having a governance, bad governance is much better than no governance.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much indeed. We have been having some analysis from the morning, just having a reflection of the 60 years of independence that Kenya has enjoyed. And just next to me is Dr. Harun Isaac Hassan, who is a leadership and governance expert. Just next to him, we have Engineer Crispus Wathimba, who is also a leadership and governance expert. And also we have Nelson Sechere, who is Executive Director for the Veterans for Peace. Kenya will be taking, going back to the Embu Stadium for the live program. And as you can see from the security personnel is that the head of state could be moments away from making his way to the Embu Stadium, that is the host for the 60th Madaraka, culminating into one-of-a-kind events. The soldiers are on standby. As you can see, the band is already ready, and any moment from now we will be getting to the official program. All the dignitaries are seated. We are only expecting the head of state. As you can see on your screen right now, we have two CSs. We have the transport CS, Onesmus Kipchumba Murkomen, and also we also have CS for petroleum, Davis Chirchir, also making their way. And also we also have Ababu Namwamba, the CS for sports, and if I'm not wrong, that is the also the treasury. Njuguna Ndungu is also in attendance. Moses Kuria, the CS for trade, and we also have the CS for education, Ezekiel Machogu. We also have Kotusek Jen, Francis Atuoli there, also making his way. Just so clear indications that the head of state could be making his way any moment from now. As you can see from the vehicles that are jetting in there, the last minute preparations are already completed, and now we expecting the keynote address. We expect the president to touch on a number of issues that have been also trending in the country, including the contentious finance bill. We also expect him to touch on the budget, and also we also expect him to touch on the high cost of living that has also dogged the country. But it's not only the country. We also have the information, communication and digital economy, CS Eliud Owalo, also there. He is just getting into the stadium. So, and as I was saying earlier, is that we expect a number of issues with the president to be touching on, including his government. You know, he has always emphasized on accountability, and he said that his government would be the first one to ensure that the CSs are held to account in terms of what they do and exactly what they did. Yesterday we have the CS for internal security and coordination of the government talking about the security measures that the country is taking. There where you can see those Embu County leaders, we have the women representative at the National Assembly, Pamela Njoki Njeru. We also have Senator Mundigi there. So any moment from now, we are expecting the official program to commence live from Embu Stadium, and entertainment continues from that stadium as well.
Yes, Maroon Commandos, tunaomba muendelee na burudani iwapo mtatupa wimbo Christina Dada.
Christina Dada, uko wapi? Nakutafuta siku wapi? Nimejaribu sana kukutafuta, na kila nifikapo sikuoni, lakini kwa bahati umenikumbuka, kwani barua uliyoituma nimeipata. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Sasa nakuomba unieleze siku ambayo utafika. Christina Dada, uko wapi? Nakutafuta sikuoni, nimeja sana kukutafuta.
Asante sana Maroon Commandos kwa hiyo wimbo ambao tunaendelea kusikiza vizuri sana. Pale tumkaribishe kwa makofi mkuu wa mawaziri Mheshimiwa Musalia Mudavadi amefika wakiwa pamoja, wameambatana na Bitesi Musalia. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali wakiingia. Karibuni sana. Na pia tunashukuru wananchi ambao tunaona wamefika hapa katika sherehe za 60 za sikukuu ya Madaraka, uga wa Moi, gatuzi la Embu. Na naona pia kule nje wamefurika kabisa. Wananchi wamejitokeza ili waonyeshe uzalendo wao wakiwa wamekuja kusherehekea sherehe za 60 sikukuu ya Madaraka. Tujipigie makofi tafadhali. Karibuni sana. Pia tumeona gavana wa Embu Mheshimiwa Cecily Mbarire amefika, na tumpigie makofi tukimkaribisha. Karibu sana gavana na magavana wote ambao pia wamefika mahali hapa. Tunawashukuru. Tunajua ya kwamba sasa tunangojea tu mwanzo, tukiwa na wageni ambao tunangojea watafika hivi karibuni. Asanteni.
Basi Maroon Commandos, tuendelee na burudani tukizidi kusubiri kuwasili kwake Mheshimiwa Rais.
Haya basi makofi. Tumkaribishe naibu wa rais Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua. Wapi makofi ya naibu wa rais? Karibu sana naibu wa rais Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua, wakiwa pamoja pale na Pastor Dorcas. Makofi ya naibu wa rais na Pastor Dorcas ambao wamefika hapa katika sherehe za 60 za sikukuu ya Madaraka hapa katika uga wa Moi. Na tunajua kwamba mada ni kuimarika kwa pamoja kupitia kwa mashirika, biashara na ukusanyaji wa ushuru. Kwa Kiingereza tunasema developing together through cooperatives, trade and revenue collection. Na tunawashukuru pia wananchi wote ambao wamejitokeza kwa roho moja, wamefika kwa wingi kabisa hapa ndani katika uga wa Moi, lakini pia pale nje tunaona ya kwamba wananchi wamefurika kwa wingi kabisa kuja kusherehekea pamoja hapa katika sherehe za 60. Haya basi Maroon Commandos, tuendelee tukingojea kidogo kidogo hivi. Tumeanza tayari.
Ewe ndugu yangu, amka kumekucha, kamata jembe na panga, twende shamba. Hata wewe mwanangu, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi ndizo za kwenda shule. Hata wewe karani, amka kumekucha, kwani hizi wa taifa, jiepushe na uvivu, tujenge taifa.
Haya basi, pale sasa tunamtokea Rais mstaafu wa taifa la Niger, Mheshimiwa Issoufou Mahamadou. Wapi makofi yake akipokewa na naibu wa rais Rigathi Gachagua. Pale basi tunamuona Rais mstaafu wa taifa la Niger, Mheshimiwa Issoufou Mahamadou. We now welcome His Excellency, the former President of Niger, His Excellency Issoufou Mahamadou, who has now walked in and received by His Excellency the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua, together with Pastor Dorcas. Maroon Commandos, tuendelee. Anaingia sasa ni Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Mataifa la Comoros, ambaye ni Azali Assoumani. And now we receive His Excellency the President of Comoros, His Excellency Azali Assoumani. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali tukimkaribisha mgeni wa heshima leo, amekuja kuwa nasi katika sherehe zetu. His Excellency the President of Comoros, Azali Assoumani, now joining us right here in Moi Stadium, Embu, for the celebration of the 60th Madaraka Day celebrations right here.
The head of state, Dr. William Samoei Arap Ruto, is finally in Embu Stadium and just boarded the official vehicle. And now we take you to the official program in Embu.
Tubaki tukiwa tumetulia tafadhali. Tubaki tukiwa tumetulia. Thank you. Maroon, asante Maroon Commandos tafadhali. Thank you Maroon. Tubaki tukiwa tumetulia. Basi kwa parapanda hizo ni dhahiri shahiri kwamba anajiunga nasi Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu. Niombe kwa heshima tusimame tuweze kumkaribisha Mheshimiwa Rais hapa uwanjani. Haya basi, makofi, shangwe na vigelegele. Mgeni wetu wa heshima, karibu. Wapi makofi? Moja, mbili, karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Wanafunzi, wapi bendera? Tuzipeperushe. Makofi. Tumkaribishe Rais. Karibu. Welcome, Your Excellency, the President of this great nation, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Mbele yako ni wanafunzi kutoka shule mbalimbali. Kweli mmejitokeza. Peperusha bendera wanafunzi, tumkaribishe Rais. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Barani hata pwani kwa buti ya kote, mashamba hata bugani kunono kote, twaweza kutumia pahali popote.
Kenya, kweli taifa letu.
Kenya nchi yetu.
Tumkaribishe Rais kwa makofi, shangwe, vigelegele, nderemo na vifijo. Karibu sana Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Kama uko na bendera ipeperushe kama ishara ya uzalendo wako, tukimkaribisha Rais. Karibu sana Daktari William Samoei Ruto, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Na tunakaribisha katika sherehe za 60 sikukuu ya Madaraka katika uga wa Moi, gatuzi la Embu.
Welcome to Moi Stadium, Embu, the county of Embu. Karibu sana Rais. Karibu sana Rais. Karibu, karibu. Welcome, Your Excellency, to the 60th Madaraka Day celebration here at Moi Stadium, Embu County. Karibu.
Asante sana Maroon Commandos. Asante Maroon Commandos. Niombe tubaki tukiwa tumesimama kwa wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, na wale ambao wamevalia kofia za chepeo kuweza kuzivua tafadhali. Mkuu wa gwaride hivi sasa kija kumwomba kwa heshima Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu majeshi yote ya ulinzi ya Kenya idhini ya kuweza kagua gwaride la heshima lililoandaliwa na majeshi ya ulinzi ya Kenya. Asanteni kwa heshima, tunaweza keti tafadhali. Anayemsindikiza Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ni Mkuu wa Majeshi ya Ulinzi Generali Francis Omondi Ogolla. Bendera ya kikosi hupewa heshima ya hadhi ya juu, unavyoshuhudia Mheshimiwa Rais akipeana heshima yake kwa bendera ya kikosi cha 7. Hivi sasa mkuu wa gwaride hii akiomba idhini kutoka kwake Mheshimiwa Rais ya kuweza kuondoa gwaride uwanjani. Desturi za kijeshi, sharti bendera ya kikosi kuwa mbele ya gwaride, unavyoshuhudia hivi sasa toka kwa kekala officer na parade RSM wakiweza kuchukua nafasi yao. Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa amri hiyo wanajeshi hawa wanaondoka hivi sasa uwanjani ili kuweza kujiunga na wenzao kuzidi kudumisha ulinzi wa taifa letu la Kenya, kuhakikisha kwamba mipaka yetu iko salama masaa 24, anga letu liko salama masaa 24, na fuo za bahari zetu ziko salama masaa 24. Mheshimiwa Rais, mkuu wa gwaride hii ni Luteni Kanali Nyamo Kasaine, divisheni ya kwanza jeshi letu la nchi kavu, chini yake Meja Kalpitas Namron, afisa aliyetwikwa jukumu la kubeba bendera iliyo fahari ya kikosi cha 7, Luteni Kimtai Ngeno. Preventative Warrant Officer 1 Paul Kulsafi Lepario. Divisheni ya pili chini yake Captain Edwin Kemboi Chemweina, wakiwa katika mavazi yao rasmi ya sherehe. Divisheni ya tatu, Mheshimiwa Rais, jeshi letu la wanaanga, wakiwa katika mavazi yao rasmi ya sherehe, chini yake Major Douglas Wanjohi Mwangi. Divisheni ya 4 chini yake Major Eric Mwangi, jeshi letu la wanamaji, wakiwa katika mavazi yao rasmi ya sherehe. Parade Adjutant Major Sefania Stima Onyampu, mweka alama jeshi letu la nchi kavu. Nitampisha mwenzangu aweze kuendelea.
Mheshimiwa Rais, linafuata hivi sasa gwaride la vikosi vyetu vya usalama vikiongozwa na B Company ya kikosi cha kwanza cha jeshi letu la nchi kavu, chini yake Major Justus Kaburu Atukon. Kikundi cha kwanza kiko chini yake Luteni Hassan Said, wakiwa kwenye magwanda yao mazito ya kivita. Kikundi cha pili, Mheshimiwa Rais, kiko chini yake Luteni Titus Toroitich. Kikundi cha tatu kiko chini yake Luteni Eddie Omondi. Captain Company Sergeant Major ni Warrant Officer 2 Ali Osman. Wanafuata hivi sasa ni Kahawa Garrison, wakiwa kwenye magwanda yao mepesi ya kivita, chini yake Major Shem Isaboke. Kikundi cha kwanza kiko chini yake Luteni Festus Mwia. Kikundi cha pili kiko chini yake Luteni Mark Olo. Kikundi cha tatu na cha mwisho kutufungia vikosi vya majeshi yetu ya ulinzi ama jeshi letu la nchi kavu kiko chini yake Luteni Lydia Chepkulul. Company Sergeant Major ni Warrant Officer 2 Walter Kailong. Mheshimiwa Rais, vinafuata hivi sasa vikundi vya polisi wa taifa chini yake Superintendent Agnes Magiri akisaidiana na Chief Inspector Wycliffe Msioka. Kikundi cha kwanza kitengo cha wanaume kikiwa kwenye mavazi yao ya rasmi ya sherehe kiko chini yake Inspector Geoffrey Wanjohi. Kikundi cha pili, kitengo cha kinadada, kiko chini yake Chief Inspector Dorothy Kamundi akisaidiana na Inspector Faith Kariuki. Vinafuata hivi sasa vikundi vya GSU chini yake Chief Inspector Flavian Nzili akisaidiana na Inspector Prosper Meliari. Kikundi cha kwanza wakiwa kwenye mavazi yao rasmi ya sherehe. Kikundi cha pili cha GSU kinafahamika kama Reke Combat wakiwa kwenye mavazi yao rasmi ya kikazi chini yake Inspector Isaac CTNA. Mheshimiwa Rais, kinafuata hivi sasa kikosi spesheli cha polisi kinachotumia majibwa chini yake Chief Inspector Francis Mtangili akisaidiana na Inspector Daniel Onala. Vinafuata hivi sasa vikundi vya askari wa utawala chini yake Superintendent Gladys Kosgei akisaidiana na Chief Inspector Anthony Lokomani. Kikundi cha kwanza, kitengo cha wanaume wakiwa kwenye mavazi ya rasmi ya sherehe, kiko chini yake Inspector Zakari Masharia. Kinafuata hivi sasa kikosi maalum cha kupambana na wezi wa mifugo chini yake Inspector Kennedy Ngare. Kinafuata hivi sasa kikosi cha Rapid Deployment Unit chini yake Inspector David Maina. Kutufungia vikosi vyetu vya askari wa utawala ni Border Police Unit chini yake Inspector Peter Sendeu Onsarigo. Mheshimiwa Rais, kinafuata hivi sasa kikosi cha Kenya Coast Guard chini yake Lieutenant Lawrence Mwenda. Mheshimiwa Inspector Cecilia Mungai. Kinafuata hivi sasa kikosi kinachochunga mbuga zetu za wanyama ikiwa chini yake Warden Officer 2 Dilakas Omune akisaidiana na Assistant Warden 2 Michael Karithi. Kinafuata hivi sasa kikosi kinachochunga misitu yetu chini yake Superintendent Philip Ndiema akisaidiana na Chief Inspector George Kimani.
Mheshimiwa Rais, kikosi kinachofuata hivi sasa ni vijana wa huduma kwa taifa, National Youth Service, wakiwa katika mavazi yao rasmi ya sherehe chini yake Superintendent Philip Kemboi akishirikiana naye Chief Inspector Caroline Karimi. Kikundi cha kwanza chini yake Inspector James Mwaniki wakiwa katika mavazi yao rasmi ya sherehe. Kitengo cha kinadada wakiwa katika mavazi yao rasmi ya sherehe chini yake Chief Inspector Mary Onino. Kikosi hicho Mheshimiwa Rais wakiwa katika magwanda yao mazito ya kikazi chini yake Inspector Paul Owino. Mheshimiwa Rais, vijana hawa huduma kwa taifa wakizidi kuzingatia maelezo yako na hali kadhalika ruwaza yako ya kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba wanazalisha chakula cha kutosha ili tuweze kujikimu kama taifa, ulivyoshuhudia kule hata hivi majuzi na kambi yao ya Taribo. Kitengo cha kinadada chini yake Inspector Lilian Makena. Kutufungia gwaride la vikundi, mgeni wetu rasmi ni askari wa kaunti ya Embu wakiongozwa naye Inspector Joseph Ndwiga na Sergeant Anthony Gitonga. Tuwape makofi tafadhali askari hawa kaunti ya Embu kwa kazi nzuri ambayo wanazidi kufanya. Mheshimiwa Rais, nizamu ya bendi za majeshi ya ulinzi kuweza kuondoka hivi sasa uwanjani baada ya kutekeleza wajibu wao siku hii ya leo, sherehe za 60 za Madaraka. Uwanja wa Moi, gatuzi nambari 14 hapa Embu. Chini yake mkurugenzi wa muziki Captain Kelvin Nyaga, jeshi la nchi kavu, Senior Drum Major Warrant Officer 1 David Maina. Basi Mheshimiwa Rais, mtafuata tamasha za ndege zetu za kijeshi tukiletewa na jeshi letu la wanaanga, na kwa mengi zaidi nitampisha Koplo Jabiri Banzi aweze kuendelea.
Asante sana mwenzangu. Mheshimiwa Rais, kutufungulia onyesho letu la ndege ni ndege aina ya Tukano, ndege zinazotumika na marubani wetu kwa mafunzo ya kiwango cha juu, zikipaa kwa utaratibu kabisa. Chini yake overall lead pilot Major Patrick Makali akisaidiana na Major Peter Mairura. Tuwape makofi marubani wetu. Kikundi cha pili Mheshimiwa Rais ni ndege aina ya F5, ndege zilizo na uwezo wa kuruka kwa kasi kabisa, kupambana na ndege za adui angani, na vile vile kusaidiana na jeshi letu la nchi kavu kuweza kuangamiza ngome za maadui, kama wanavyosema majeshi yetu ya ulinzi, one force, one mission. Mheshimiwa Rais, ndege hizi hivi sasa zinajipanga ili kuweza kurudi mahali hapa ili kuweza kutuletea maonyesho mbalimbali, ndege moja baada ya ingine. Ndege hizi huruka kwa kasi zaidi na mara nyingi hutoa sauti kali, ambayo hiyo ni ishara kamili ya mwendo wake na jinsi inavyorusha makombora kwenye ngome za adui wakati wa operesheni mbalimbali. Ndege ya kwanza Mheshimiwa Rais inakuja, inatuletea mizunguko ya kushoto. Tuwape makofi marubani wetu. Ndege ya pili Mheshimiwa Rais aina F5 inapaa angani, inatuletea mizunguko ya kushoto. Tuwape makofi marubani wetu. Ndege ya tatu Mheshimiwa Rais inapaa juu kabisa na kutuletea mizunguko vile vile ya kushoto, ukiwa ni ujuzi wa marubani wetu wa kivita. Ndege ya nne Mheshimiwa Rais inapaa angani kabisa, vile vile inazunguka mizunguko ya kushoto kwa umaridadi kabisa. Ndege ya tano inaruka kwa kasi kabisa, kupaa angani na kuzunguka mizunguko ya kushoto. Tuwape makofi marubani wetu wanaposherehekea siku ya Madaraka hapa gatuzi la Embu. Mheshimiwa Rais, ndege hizi huweza kushambulia ngome za adui na vile vile kuweza kupambana na ndege za adui zikiwa angani. Zinarudi tena ndege tatu aina ya Tukano zikipaa kwa taratibu kabisa na kuachana kushoto kulia, katikati ikipanda juu kabisa kulala chali na kurudi sehemu iliyotoka. Tuwape makofi marubani wetu. Asanteni. Mheshimiwa Rais, kutufungia onyesho la ndege siku hii ya leo ni ndege aina ya Puma ambayo imelibeba bango linalosema Happy Madaraka Day. Inapaa kwa utaratibu kabisa jambo la kufurahisha Mheshimiwa Rais ni kwamba ndege hii iko chini yake rubani wetu mwanadada ambaye ni Major Alice Orina. Tumpe makofi. Asanteni. Nitarudisha kwa mwenzangu Sergeant Ben Misango aweze kuendelea.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Rais, na huo ndio utakuwa mwisho wa tamasha zetu za kijeshi kwa pamoja. Ningependa kuwashukuru waliofanikisha makala haya Mheshimiwa Rais, bila kuwasahau wahandisi kutoka idara ya jeshi chini yake Brigedia Mrasha pamoja na kanali walioweza kufanikisha ujenzi wa uwanja huu, na hali kadhalika niweze kushukuru flagstaff wetu Major Peter Etiang, Major Kibia Njuguna, Warrant of Star 2 Isaiah Macharia Ndiritu, Major Otongo, Major Ndei na Major Otieno, bila kuwasahau Defense Forces Sergeant Major, Warrant of Star 1 Elijah Pro Koranga, Kenya Army Sergeant Major, Warrant of Star 1 Fanuel Mahebo, Kenya Air Force Sergeant Major, Warrant of Star 1 Dennis Namunyu Oletalengo, na bila kumsahau Naval Star Major, Warrant of Star 1 Bwana Haji Omar, wote wakiwa ni OGW. Ni washukuru wenzangu Koplo Jabiri Banzi, Koplo Mdoni na Koplo Jefwa. Jina langu ni Sergeant Misango Mbae, nikiwarejesha moja kwa moja hadi kwake Bwana Mike Githone aweze kuendelea.
Shukran za dhati Mheshimiwa Rais. Inafuata sasa tamasha na gwaride la maskauti wa kike na wa kiume pamoja na St. John Ambulance. Mheshimiwa Rais, bendi yetu ya maskauti ni kutoka shule yetu ya Wahundura Scouts Band iliyoko chini ya himaya za mwalimu mkubwa na Mochiri Mukunga, na nitaomba sasa Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa ruhusa yako, bendi chukua nafasi yenu. Ni bendi iliyobuniwa mwaka wa 1965 kwa minajili ya kuwafunza wanafunzi wetu masuala ya muziki. Bendi yetu kutoka shule ya Wahundura katika jimbo letu la Embu. Ni vyema kukumbuka kwamba mlezi mkuu wa maskauti wote nchini Kenya, the patron, si mwingine mbali ni Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa Majenzi. Wakiongozwa na bendi yetu ya Wahundura Scouts Band chini ya Mess Master Carol Mwangi wanaingia uwanjani sasa. Bendi yetu ya Wahundura wakisema Kongoi Jehova. Wanachukua nafasi yao bendi yetu kutoka shule yetu ya Wahundura ili kuweza kuvipisha vikundi mbalimbali kupita mbele ya Mheshimiwa Rais. Wanaopita hivi sasa mbele ya Mheshimiwa Rais ni watoto wetu wadogo wanaojulikana kama sungura. Tuwapigie sungura hawa makofi, wakivalia safu zao kitambaa cha rangi ya manjano, miaka 6 hadi 11. Moto, do your best. Wanafuata wanachipukizi wakivalia sare yao kijani kibichi, miaka 12 hadi 15. Moto, be prepared. Wanafuata wanamwamba scouts ambao wamevalia maroon, miaka 16 hadi 18. Moto, look wide. Mheshimiwa Rais wanafuata jasiri waliovalia rangi ya chungwa, miaka 19 hadi 26. Their motto, service. Baada ya safu ya the Kenya Scouts, watafuata ni the Kenya Girl Guides. Wanaongoza ni watoto wetu wa miaka 3 hadi 6, the preschool, ambao Mheshimiwa Rais ni Rainbow. Tuwapigie makofi wana Rainbow wetu. Kwa karibu wanafuatwa na Brownies ambao ni miaka 6 hadi 9, the lower primary Brownies. Mheshimiwa Rais, baada ya Brownies wanafuata the Girl Guides ambao ni miaka 10 hadi 14, wakivalia sare zao kitambaa cha rangi ya blue. Wanaofuata Girl Guides, Mheshimiwa Rais, ni Rangers Guides kati ya miaka 14 na miaka 18, wakiwa katika shule zetu za upili, wakivalia navy blue skirts na white shirt. Mheshimiwa Rais. Kwa karibu Mheshimiwa Rais ni St. John Ambulance, shirika la St. John's ambalo lilibuniwa mwaka 1923 kupitia kitengo cha Kenya Police. Majukumu yao Mheshimiwa Rais ikiwa ni kupambana na majanga makuu na hata yale madogo, na kuwafunza vijana kujikimu maishani na kuweza kuwa wazalendo. The St. John Ambulance, Mheshimiwa Rais wakipita mbele ya jukwaa lako. Ni vyema kukumbuka kwamba St. John Ambulance wanawasajili walioko shuleni na hata wale wamemaliza shule. Tuwapongeze kwa makofi wanapopita mbele ya jukwaa la Mheshimiwa Rais, the St. John Ambulance, na shukrani kwa majukumu yenu. Dolphins ambao ni watoto wetu wanapita mbele ya Mheshimiwa Rais, the Harvard Junior School. Tupongeze bendi yetu ya Wahondora Scouts Banda chini ya mkurugenzi wa muziki Dada Purity Kamara, the Mass Master Carlos Mwangi chini ya uongozi wa Bwana Mochiri Mungunga, Board of Management mwenyekiti akiwa ni Bwana Samuel Mwaniki. Hongera sana Wahondora Scouts. Tuwapongeze tena mabibi na mabwana wana skauti wetu wanaporekuja jamvi hilo la tamasha yetu ya siku ya leo.
Inafuata Mheshimiwa Rais ni gwaride speciali la mahasla wa hapa Embu. Mheshimiwa Rais wakiongozwa na Luteni Brigedia Waziri Mheshimiwa Moses Kuria. Labda mwenzangu Sara utueleze hawa mahasla ni akina nani haswa?
Ni kikundi cha vijana ambao wameweza kufuzu katika taasisi mbalimbali kama vile TVET, na ni wale ambao wameweza kupokezwa kupitia kwa wizara hiyo different attachments na internship. Mwenzangu chipokeze.
Lengo kuu la wizara hii ni gani na hawa mahasla wetu mwenzangu?
Ni kunolewa makali yao ya zile taaluma ambazo wamepokezwa ili kufaa katika soko mbalimbali za kutafuta ajira.
Wale wanatutizama nyumbani, mahasla ambao pia wangependa kuingia kwenye mpango huu, watafanyaje mwanangu?
Watafaa kuingia katika tovuti ya wizara hiyo ya www.pip.co.ke ili kuweka taarifa zao pale, ama ukipenda CV, kwa wao kudondolewa kwa urahisi na viwanda tofauti tofauti vikiwemo vya kibinafsi na hata wizara za serikali.
Imeelezwa kwamba wizara ina target kuwasajili vijana hawa 1,100 kwa kila county, na pia nimeambiwa kwamba ni maombi ya Mungu kwamba by the end of this year watakuwa wamejaribu kuwasajili vijana 1,500. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa, nimpishe bosi Mike Gitonga.
Asanteni sana watangazaji wenzangu. Na sasa ningeomba tutulie mahali tulipo ili tuende kwa kipindi cha maombi, na nitawaita wale ambao watatuongoza kwa maombi siku ya leo, na tutaanza na maombi ya kitamaduni kwa lugha ya Kiembu tukiongozwa na mzee Eustace Nyaga Kimani kutoka kaunti hii ya Embu, akifuatwa na Bishop Mureithi Ireri wa kanisa la ACK, na yeye pia atafuatwa na Vimal Chada wa muungano wa waumini wa dini ya Kihindi nchini, akifuatwa na Sheikh Hushim Tawin kutoka Jumuiya Mosque kaunti la mji wa Embu. Alafu tumalizie hipikio kipindi na Bishop Paul Karioki Njiru wa kanisa la Katoliki. Hebu tuende kwa maombi.
Muroro, 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 Gai mwene vinya wonde, netira kuboya utwegue. Radhi mathirikari yetu, muthamaki wetu William Ruto na atongoria othe aria umuvete, niguo baba magerage njirari cia muroro. Bururi wetu wa Kenya ugie irio, ugie utonga wa mithemba yothe, niguo twikarage na gikeno na thayu, ona mawira mongerereke. Muroro, muroro, muroro. Almighty and everlasting God, you rule all the nations and direct them according to your will. We thank you for our beautiful country, Kenya, and the opportunity to celebrate this year's Madaraka Day here in Embu. We pray that you will protect and guide our beloved President, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua, all the Cabinet Secretaries, and all in authority under him. Heavenly Father, look with favor all the politicians in this country, especially those who are members of our National Assembly, Senate, and the county assemblies, so that the laws they enact will be beneficial to the people of this great nation. We pray for judiciary, which is charged with the responsibility of settling disputes in our country. Guide and bless all the judges, magistrates, and court officials to discharge their duties without fear or favor or prejudice for the good of this country. Sovereign Lord, direct and guide the operations of security agencies in our nation, Kenya, so that the people of this great nation may experience peace. We thank you for the county governments. We pray that you guide all the governors and all those who work under them for the growth of our counties. May the people of Kenya live in peace and harmony for the benefit, honor, and development of our nation. We pray this in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvareniyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi. Dear Lord, as Kenya celebrates 60th Madaraka Day, we pray to you, Lord, give strength, courage to His Excellency the President William Somaya Ruto and his cabinet ministers, PS, CS, and the county governor, our Madam Cicely Berere. Give them strength, courage, and wisdom to service the Kenyans with diligently. What Kenyans are waiting for is service delivery on the ground, because this government is starting from bottom to top. Let God also bless all our leadership in this country, whether it is a National Assembly, whether it is a Senate, MCAs, and other leadership of this country, which can develop and make a value addition to the life of Kenyans. Because when we serve the Vananchi, it is said the worship of God is worship of humanity. If we worship the humanity, we have the humanity, we are really serving the God in His name. I want to finish my prayer by saying two things. O Almighty God, O Lord, the protector of all, you are the creator of whole universe, hence you are the dearer of anyone. You bestow pleasure after destroying miseries. We meditate on your supreme divinity, which is most auspicious and pure. May you inspire intellect to perform noble deeds for the nation. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, mahakashit bhag bhavet. It means, Lord, let all be happy, free from sickness. They dwell in their lifespan, see the prosperity. There should be no miseries. God, we are also very grateful to you. We are having the rains with us now. We went through the severe drought situation since last year. We are grateful to you, Lord, that with this divine intervention of rain, we are going to have a good life for our Kenyans, those who are suffering in various counties in this country. 20 counties were really affected. Embu was one of them. So God, we pray to you with this Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Amen, amen, amen.
Kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu, mwingi wa rehema, mwenye kurehemu, tunakuomba Mwenyezi Mungu kheri na baraka, amani na usalama katika siku yetu hii ya leo, na tunajilinda na shari ya siku hii ya leo. Sifa njema zote ni za Mwenyezi Mungu, Mola mlezi wa viumbe vyote. Ni wake ufalme wa mbingu na ardhi na vilivyomo ndani yake, naye ni muweza wa kila kitu. Dhamana ya maisha yetu iko mikononi mwake Mwenyezi Mungu. Tunakuomba Mwenyezi Mungu kwa huruma yako, utufanyie usahali, uwepesi wa maisha, na lidumishe taifa letu katika amani na usalama. Mwenyezi Mungu, uliyemiliki ufalme wote, wewe ndiye mpangaji wa mambo. Haliwi isipokuwa lile ambalo Mwenyezi Mungu umelipanga liwe. Tunakuomba Mwenyezi Mungu kwa ufalme wako, umzidishie kumpa hikma, busara, afya njema pamoja na ukakamavu Rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya William Ruto pamoja na naibu wake waweza kulisimamia taifa letu na kuliongoza taifa letu kwa mafanikio makubwa ya uchumi na amani na usalama. Ee Mwenyezi Mungu, hatuna nguvu wala uwezo isipokuwa ni kutoka kwako. Tunakuomba Mwenyezi Mungu utupe mshirikiano, tushirikiane pamoja, turidhiane na kukubaliana kama Wakenya pasipo na kujali tofauti zetu za kisiasa, ukabila, urangi na udini, kwa maslahi makubwa ya kulijenga taifa letu na kulipeleka mbele. Ee Mwenyezi Mungu, tunakuomba uwabariki wageni wetu wote waliotoka katika mataifa mbalimbali na kujumuika nasi katika maadhimisho haya. Mwenyezi Mungu wahifadhi na uwarejeshe kwa amani na usalama. Ee Mwenyezi Mungu, ibariki Kenya na wabariki wa Kenya, pamoja na kuyabariki majeshi yetu yote ya ulinzi na kuyazidishia nguvu na ujasiri wa kuweza kupambana na kila yule ambaye atajaribu kuvunja amani katika taifa letu. Amin.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, Lord God, we thank you for the gift of our country, Kenya. We pray that you may bless our nation as we celebrate Madaraka Day. We humbly ask you to protect our country from any evil, any enemy, or any division. Grant us peace, unity, and justice. We pray for our fellow Kenyans who fought for the freedom of our country. Grant eternal rest to those who have gone before us. We pray for our President, His Excellency Honorable William Samoei Ruto. Continue to give him wisdom, health of mind, body, and soul, in order that he may continue to govern this country in humility, in love and understanding, in accordance to your holy will. Bless his family abundantly. We pray for our Deputy President, His Excellency Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. Bless him and all the leaders and grant them wisdom and grace. We thank you, Lord, for the gift of the rains in many parts of our country. Grant us good harvest and make us generous and wise stewards of good things that you give unto us. Lord God, continue to bless all Kenyans, and with the help of your grace and providence, help us to fully support our nation to develop and grow. We make our prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Asanteni sana kwa maombi. Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto, Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya na Amiri Jeshi Mkuu wa Majeshi ya Ulinzi, Mheshimiwa Mama wa Taifa, Mama Rachel Ruto, Your Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Republic of Comoros, the former President of Niger, Your Excellency Issoufou Mahamadou, Naibu wa Rais Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua na Pastor Dorcas Rigathi, Mkuu wa Mawaziri Mheshimiwa Musalia Mudavadi na Tesi Musalia, Spika wa Bunge la Kitaifa Mheshimiwa Moses Wetangula, Spika wa Bunge la Seneti Mheshimiwa Amason Kingi, Jaji Mkuu Martha Koome, Mwenyekiti wa Baraza la Magavana na magavana wote mliofika, Gavana wa kaunti hii Mheshimiwa Cecily Mbarire, viongozi wote wa kitaifa na mashinani, mabibi na mabwana. Kwa niaba ya kamati ya andalizi ya sherehe hii ya 60 ya sikukuu ya Madaraka, Mheshimiwa Rais, naomba unikubalie tuwaandalie kipindi cha burudani. Nitawaalika wenzangu Sara Mauti na Vincent Mutua almaarufu Chipukizi watuongoze katika kipindi hicho. Sasa Chipu, hebu itakuwaje?
Asante bosi. Mheshimiwa Rais, wageni wetu na watu wote wa Embu, itakuwaje?
Ishakuwa.
Karibu sana Mheshimiwa Rais katika kipindi hichi cha burudani ambacho kitafunguliwa na wanafunzi 1500 wa shule za msingi za kaunti hii ya Embu. Wanafunzi hawa Mheshimiwa Rais wataenda kutuimbia na kuunda miundo mbalimbali ikiwemo ramani ya taifa letu tulipendalo. Sijui dadangu Sara, unafahamu baadhi ya hizi shule? Nimeona kwaya ya Embu College.
Na kwaya ya Embu College ni mojawapo ambayo itajumuika na wanafunzi wa shule za County Primary, Iveche Primary, Kamiu Primary, Abani Primary na St. Michael Primary. Mheshimiwa Rais, hawa ni wanafunzi ambao kulingana na utafiti tumeweza kuelezwa wako katika daraja la 4 na 5 mtawalia. Wako tayari kuweza kukutumbuisha kwa njia ya kipekee. Sijui chipukizi, wakati ulikuwa katika grade hizo, uliwahi pata nafasi kufanya chochote mbele ya Mheshimiwa Rais?
Hawa wana bahati shop specially la tag of war. Waswahili wenzangu wanaita mchezo wa kuvuta na kamba. Mchezo huu Mheshimiwa Rais utakuwa ni kati ya mahasla, mama mboga, wanabodaboda wakivurutana na askari wa kanjo. Kwa kawaida hawa ni watu wamezoea kulimana, lakini leo wako hapa kwa minajili ya burudani. Sijui Sara, unaona nani watashinda kati ya kanjo na bodaboda?
Naona kanjo wakishinda.
Mbona kanjo washinde wanabodaboda?
Kwa kawaida huwa wao wanakula vizuri, wamejijenga, ukiangalia mili yao ina misuli na hata wana vitambi.
Wacha nikwambie mwanangu, hawa kanjo wanachokiseza nacho hawakijui, kitawaramba hapa Embu mwanangu, nakwambia utaona.
Na Mheshimiwa Rais, mbali na hayo tutakuwa na tumbuizo mbalimbali kama vile za nyimbo za kitamaduni, nyimbo za mtindo wa benga, nyimbo za midundo ya pop, na vile tutakuwa na nyimbo za injili kutoka kwa wasanii tajika na wale ambao wanachipuka, lakini wote wamekusanywa kutoka ndani ya gatuzi hili nambari 014 katika taifa letu la Kenya. Labda kwa kifupi, chipukizi, hebu mweleze Mheshimiwa Rais ni watumbuizaji wapi wa kitamaduni wataweza kumtumbuiza?
Kuna vikundi kama vile Mombereno, Kerema, muungano wa wacheza ngoma wa kundi la Tazama na Kiadhambo. Wacha ikubambe Mheshimiwa Rais.
KEMSA Production.
Umoja wetu wa kitaifa ndio nguzo ya nchi yetu. Tukiungana sote pamoja tutaijenga Kenya yetu.
Kwa amani na upendo tuendeleze utu wetu. Haya yote tukizingatia, baraka tele tutapokea.
Vijana, wazee, kina mama, tunaweza tukiungana. Furaha sawa na ustawi, Mungu Baba tatujalia. So full of Johnny wazalendo sote tuimbe. So full of Johnny wazalendo sote tuimbe. Harambee, pamoja tutafika kilele. Harambee.
Haya basi ni kanjo na mama boga na vijana wa bodaboda. Tazama hapa, 1 2 3, main position. Moja mbili tatu, pick up the lobe. Namna hii, moja mbili tatu, pull. Ndio huyo. Kanjo wewe, kanjo. Jaza. Nui wewe mboga. Changamuka bwana. Wewe kanjo. Chunga wewe. Mboga weza nguvu boda. Ndio hii sasa nguvu ya boda. Solola hapa imeenda na mama boga. Wapi makofi ya mama boga?
Asante wazazi wetu kwa malezi bora mnatupatia. Asante wazazi wetu kwa elimu bora mnatupatia. Mavazi yetu yapendeza, chakula tunapata tamu sana. Kweli wazazi wetu watupenda, sisi watoto pia twawapenda. Tunajivunia wazazi wetu wote, tunafurahia wazazi wetu wote, tunawashukuru, asante sana.
Relax. Hakuna matata.
PPMC Production.
Wemsaledo leo ni siku ya furaha. Tulipotoka ni mbali sana na tumefika. Sote tuimbe, tucheze Kristi, sote turuke. Sote tuimbe, tucheze Kristi, sote turuke pamoja.
Mundu agikanyuita gwake monde. Ngokadiengena kodia weseke nado nesembo sioria gukagurwa kurio kariva gwana iboko izembe bere ira rusiwe nijamone mora kanyanga tu wa mokera wemesere yawane kiweka nado mende andeki Aneketo, muramba wakiamba swana yoma na ware. Ware biyo, mura, wakiamba so, ware, manejo, wade, yake munde. Aneketo, natwa ndia kabyo teuga de kere. Kere biyo, seka, yaitumbe. Vaita ngare. Kare kwa romengare. Manene gatingare. Mara mukatu kwa.
kodi na ujisaulishi change. Leo tumeka mkuku appreciate. Show us mkoko tuna walombo tovu na touga niwega nigo tova kuto.
Mama mboga salute, pokea shukuran. Kani mboka nyupigadi Jumapili man. Sewa smoki chomelea na motura, kinyozi na salon. Wale wawadi na wati heshma. Mayouth man wote tunaopiga mboka. Tukwatane tuendane Kenya tuje na mbele. So mayai tunasema shukuran.
Tuwapigie makofi, shangwe na vigelegele. Asanteni sana. Asante. Tuwapigie makofi tena wakienda kuondoka. Asante, asante, asante. Na sasa Mheshimiwa Rais, kwa sasa kwa heshima na taadhima kuu, nimwalike gavana wa kaunti ya Embu, Mheshimiwa Cecily Mbarire, akukaribishe rasmi. Tumkaribishe gavana Cecily Mbarire kwa makofi ili aje amkaribishe rais rasmi. Na pale pia tuwaruhusu wananchi waweze kuingia katika uwanja ili waweze kuhudhuria tukiwa pamoja. Asante.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto, the visiting Head of State, His Excellency the President of the Republic of Comoros and your spouse, former President of Niger and his spouse, Your Excellency the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, Your Excellency Pastor Dorcas Gachagua, Your Excellency Prime Cabinet Secretary Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, Mrs. Tessie Musalia Mudavadi, Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya Honorable Justin Bidan Muturi, the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya Lady Justice Martha Koome, Speaker of the National Assembly Honorable Moses Wetangula, Speaker of the Senate Honorable Amason Kingi, Chief of Defense Forces General Francis Ogola, Service Commander here present, the Inspector General of Police, members of the Diplomatic Corps here present, Cabinet Secretaries here present, Chair of the Council of Governors, Her Excellency Madam Anne Waigoro, colleague governors, Honorable His Excellency Muthomi Joke and Her Excellency Kawera Mwangaza, Deputy Governor of Embu County, Honorable Kenywa Mugo, and all other Deputy Governors here present, Principal Secretaries, Honorable Members of Parliament led by the Members of Parliament from right here, Embu County, Chairman and Chief Executive Officers of State Corporations, Honorable Members of the County Assembly of Embu led by the Speaker, Honorable Viriko, and the Majority Leader, dignitaries, all visitors, clergy, the great people of Embu, fellow Kenyans, and Embu Moyaro, God is good, and all the time. Asante sana, Your Excellency, we are very happy as the people of Embu. In fact, to be honest with you, this is the happiest day to the people of Embu County for this great honor that we have received as the people of Embu County. Your Excellency, I'm a very, very, very happy leader today because since I was born, I have never seen such a great event happen right here in my motherland, Embu County. I'm very happy, Your Excellency, for the honor of picking Embu County to host the 2023 Madaraka Day, and we feel greatly honored. Today's national celebrations, Your Excellency, are a culmination of highly successful pre-Madaraka Expo themed cooperatives and MSMEs, trade and revenue, which you personally opened. This expo attracted over 300 exhibitors, mainly from MSMEs and the cooperative movement, and the true expression of the hustler spirit that has become the running thread for the government of Kenya Kwanza. Your Excellency, the expo was thoughtfully organized around key themes, mainly housing, ICT and Revenue, Devolution and Agriculture, MSMEs, Cooperatives and Trade. I am delighted to note that you have led from the front in driving these crucial areas. By one, Your Excellency, on housing, you laid the foundation stone of the first phase of Manyata housing scheme, comprising of 100 of the planned 400 units right here in Embu County. We appreciate you, sir, for giving us that opportunity and for planning to do 5,000 houses right here in Embu County. Your Excellency, on ICT and Revenue, after you led by filing your annual income tax returns, you launched the SME Tax Service Desk, and critically for Embu County, you provided free Wi-Fi at the Embu Market and our bus park. This singular service will close the market information asymmetry gap, which is exploited by brokers and cartels at the expense of the farmer. We appreciate that, sir. Further, Your Excellency, through the Cabinet Secretary for ICT and Digital Economy, yesterday we launched 2 digital laboratories in Ronyenje's Technical Institute and Vocational College and Jeremiah Nyaga Technical Institute under the Jitume program. Under that program, Your Excellency, many young people from the county are going to get the exposure of online jobs that we so badly need as a county. Your Excellency, on behalf of the people of Embu, I wish to request you to consider our topmost technical institute, the Jeremiah Nyaga Technical Institute, which is one of the best technical institutes in the country, that you consider it for upgrade to a full national polytechnic. On devolution, Your Excellency, we appreciate the work that has been going on, and we are happy that we managed to get fertilizer coming our way. Sorry about that. We appreciate the work that is happening between the national government and the county government. We got fertilizer beginning of this rainy season, and we are glad that we've been able to plant our crops, Your Excellency, and we will be having a bounty harvest because the rains have been very kind to us, Your Excellency. We look forward to working closely with your government in ensuring that agriculture empowers the farmers in this county, and that we improve on the prices of our major crops, namely coffee, tea, dairy, macadamia, honey, and many other value chains within Embu County, and we look forward to working with you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, today as we gather in the spirit of unity, I stand before you to express profound gratitude on behalf of the people of Embu County for your esteemed government that has been extremely valuable in supporting a lot of development projects in this county. Sir, through the Ministry of Medical Services, we've been able to do renovation of our maternity, post and antenatal wards, pediatric unit, and our newborn unit at the Embu Level 5 Hospital, an initiative that you inaugurated only last week. We appreciate the work that you've done for us, sir. On the area of infrastructure, Your Excellency, we've been able to get the magnificent stadium that we are in today that has been built in a record 15 weeks, Your Excellency. We are excited and happy about this opportunity, and we look forward to the new Jokere International Stadium that I know is in the pipeline, Your Excellency. Further, Your Excellency, we are grateful for the new Embu Modern Market, which you also launched last Friday, that is scheduled to host over 3,000 stalls, cold rooms, and daycare for the mothers who have young children and need to earn a living. While appreciating this modern market, sir, whose construction has just begun, we wish to request for consideration in construction of Ishara Market, Chicago Market, Ronyenjes Market, Makutano Market right here in Embu County. We also appreciate, Your Excellency, the remarkable upgrade of the Regional Commissioner's residence right here in Embu County that you have seen is now in very good state. And our request today, sir, is you consider elevating our Regional Commissioner's residence into a full Embu State Lodge, Your Excellency. Sir, if you agree that to this, we the people of Embu promise to take good care of you when you're here. We will give you our uji made out of sorghum and millet, mwere na mugembe, from Bere. We promise you some lovely guaches and doma from Ronyenjes and Manyata constituencies, and a full flask of Embu world-class leading tea coming from Kadangarire, Rokorire, and Mongania tea factories. And on top of that, you have the choice to take the best coffee in the world that comes right here, Embu County. At lunch, Your Excellency, we promise that you can have some lovely goat ribs coming from Ishara Market near the Attorney General's home. Once you taste those ribs, you will love to keep staying right here in Embu County. Sir, we look forward to working closely with you in ensuring that we improve on our industrialization and cottage industries. And to that end, Your Excellency, we are glad that we are now partnering with your national government in setting up the County Aggregation and Industrial Park right here in Embu County at Mashanga in Bere South. So we have the land right ready. We have 250 million as the county government, and we know your government is also bringing in another 250 million that will work towards ensuring that our value chains have an opportunity for value addition and better markets so that we can add money into the pocket of our people. Your Excellency, we are happy that we continue to work closely with you, and we are also very, very happy that your government through the Ministry of Cooperatives and new KCC have the plan of upgrading Ronyenje's KCC cooling plant into a fully operational producing factory for milk right from here in Embu County so that we don't have to sell our milk raw. Your Excellency, as I conclude, allow me to mention a few of the major roads that we really hope your government is going to support. And because we've started well with you, we are very sure that you'll surely give us a good opportunity for more infrastructural development. To this end, Your Excellency, we are requesting that the ring road that was meant for Embu County may be completed by ensuring that the section between Mashanga and PI is completed. We are also requesting that Kararetire, Kadagere, Kegumo, Kanyambora Road be upgraded next round of dams that will be advertised, sir. Your Excellency, I want to thank you most sincerely because for the first time, as the people of Embu County, we've seen you really recognize the leadership of Embu County. I want to appreciate that you have given me a chance to chair and become the chairman or the chairperson of the ruling party, UDA, and we feel very much honored as the people of Embu County and as the women of this country. Thank you, sir. Sir, thank you for giving us Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya who comes right here in Embu County. We appreciate the Embu County's contributions to the many judges that are here in this country. We appreciate the ambassadors from Embu County. We appreciate the Principal Secretary and Cabinet Administrative Secretary who you have picked right here in Embu, and the many chairmen and directors from the various state corporations who come from here in Embu County. Sir, to be honest with you, the people of Embu have never felt a government like they have felt yours, and we forever remain grateful. May I add, Your Excellency, by saying that we, the people of Embu, will continue to support you. We are fully behind your government and the plan that you have for this country, the bottom-up economic transformation. We believe in you. We believe in the plan that you have for us, and we have seen it start to work right here in Embu County. Watu wa Embu mumeshukuru. Mumeshukuru. Tafadhali pigieni Mheshimiwa Rais makofi ya kumkaribisha hapa Embu County. Thank you, sir. May God bless you and God bless the great Republic of Kenya. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Hebu tumpongeze tena Governor Cecily Mbarire. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, with your permission at this point, allow me to now call upon the Deputy President, His Excellency Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, to make his remarks.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces, Dr. William Ruto, Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Rachel Ruto, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Comoros, Azali Assoumani, Your Excellency, the former President of Niger, Yusuf Mahamadou, the Governor, our host Governor of Embu, the Honorable Ses Barire, a.k.a. Karinda, who is also the chairperson of the ruling party, the United Democratic Alliance, the Chief Justice and President of the Supreme Court, the Speakers of the National Assembly and the Senate, Cabinet Secretaries present, heads of mission, dear Kenyans. 60 years ago, Kenya attained internal self-rule after an armed struggle led by our gallant men and women. Our great nation has been on a prosperity trajectory despite challenges. Our future is promising, and for this, Your Excellency, we honor our freedom heroes and heroines. On this day, we honor Kenyans whose hard work continues to drive our nation towards a life of dignity. Our resolve to attain this dignity is unwavered. We celebrate this day, Your Excellency, under the theme, Empowering Sustainable National Development through Cooperatives and Micro and Small Businesses. It also happens when public reforms, especially in the coffee, tea, and dairy subsectors, are on top gear. The structural reforms aim at restoring the dignity of our farmers in line with the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. It is in this regard, Your Excellency, that we have convened a special summit of all coffee stakeholders in the neighboring county of Meru next week to come up with practical interventions to put money into the pockets of our farmers. There shortly, there will be another conference for tea, followed by macadamia, avocado, miraa, and muguka. Your Excellency, for sustainable reforms in these subsectors, cooperatives are central components in uplifting our small-scale farmers to economic independence and prosperity. To this effect, the cooperative movement must roar back to life by instituting necessary reforms. Your Excellency, if you allow me, before I invite you to address the nation, let me make an observation on the significance of hosting Madaraka Day celebrations this year in Embu County. Your Excellency, the venue of this celebration is on the edge of Mount Kenya Forest, where gallant men and women took arms, crude as they were, to drive the British colonialists from this land, reclaim their freedom, and get back their land. Your Excellency, our gallant men and women, despite being limited, were facing a very difficult situation. The colonialists had guns, they had planes, they had grenades, they had bombs, but the poor freedom fighters had only a panga, but a sheer and great resolve to get back their independence. Your Excellency, your presence here is a reminder of that struggle. Destiny has placed you in a unique position to lead the final and the third liberation of this great country, the economic liberation of our people. Your Excellency, we want to encourage you. The measures that you have come up with to get back the economy of this country on track through prudent and pragmatic interventions is what will bring about the third liberation. Your Excellency, we want to encourage you that millions of Kenyans desirous of economic prosperity are fully behind you. We want to encourage you that many Kenyans, though quiet, have confidence that the measures you have come up with will improve the welfare of the Kenyan people. We want to urge all Kenyans to allow our president an opportunity to steer this country back to economic prosperity. Your Excellency, we want to urge our leaders to continue being steadfast as they support all the legislative measures that your government has proposed in the National Assembly to allow this country to get away from public debt and fund our own development and recurrent expenditure. For that, Your Excellency, we want to assure you that the majority of Kenyans are behind you. Never mind our detractors. These detractors gave you practical and pragmatic interventions. They are all over shouting and bringing a lot of propaganda, which is being enabled by the press. And we don't mind because the press, as you all know, were part and parcel of the Azimio Brigade. And therefore, Your Excellency, we want to urge you to continue with the confidence that the people of Kenya will give you the necessary support. It is now my humble pleasure and duty to welcome His Excellency President William Ruto, President of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, to address the nation. Your Excellency.
Asanteni sana, tafadhali tuketi chini. Rais wa nchi yetu jirani ya Comoros na mke wako, rais wa zamani wa nchi ya Niger na mama wa kutoka kule Niger, ndugu viongozi wote, wananchi wa Embu, hamjambo? Embu muriaro. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Hebu mnisalimie hewani hivi nione watu wa Embu, hamjambo? Kwanza, kabla sijasema mambo machache nilio nayo, na waomba tafadhali wale wako milangoni huko, tafadhali mfungue hizo milango, watu ni wengi kule nje, waweze kuingia katika uwanja huu ili tuweze kupata sherehe hii pamoja na wao wengi ambao wako nje kwa sababu ya kiasi ya viti ambazo ziko hapa. Let me ask the people at the gate, please open for all the other people who are outside so that they can come and participate in this great moment of celebration in Embu County. Ya pili, kabla sijasema ama sijasoma taarifa yangu, vile vile tuko na marafiki, and we want to be truly grateful for our friends, the former president of Niger, the current champion of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, my good friend Isofu Mahamadu to make some brief remarks. Your Excellency, please, you can make a few remarks, just briefly, just to greet the people of Embu and the people of Kenya.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Monsieur le Président des Comores.
The President of the Comoros here present.
Président de l'Union africaine.
The President, Chairman of the African Union.
Monsieur le Président Ruto, je suis heureux.
I'm very happy today
de partager
to come and share
cet événement important
this great moment
pour le peuple kenyan.
For the people of Kenya.
Son 60e anniversaire.
And I'm also very happy on my own behalf here.
Je souhaite au peuple kenyan,
I know that the people of Kenya
un heureux et joyeux
are very generous people and very happy people.
Le Kenya est important.
Kenya is a very important country.
Pour notre continent.
For many reasons.
Il est important pour l'intégration africaine.
It is very important for the African Union.
Et il se trouve que ce 60e anniversaire
and it happens that Kenya
de l'indépendance de votre pays,
it's a good, beautiful country,
coïncide avec le 60e anniversaire de la création de l'Organisation de l'Unité africaine.
In the African Union, Kenya plays a very critical role.
Je sais à quel point, Monsieur le Président,
I know, Your Excellency,
vous êtes attaché
you are very,
à l'unité du continent.
You are very committed to the continent.
Comme le disait Kwame Nkrumah,
like it was said earlier on,
Africa doit s'unir.
It must continue.
Ou périr.
Or end.
Je sais que c'est aussi votre vision, Monsieur le Président.
I know you have a vision.
La preuve, c'est que avant-hier,
I know that in your work,
à l'occasion
this is a great occasion for you
de la retraite ministérielle
to give direction
sur la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine.
And through your work in the African Union,
vous avez donné
you have given
l'impulsion qu'il faut,
the right directives,
les orientations qu'il faut,
and the right inspiration
pour que les ministres
always to the ministers
du commerce accélèrent les négociations.
And you're going to accelerate your work
afin de trouver des solutions
in order to find solutions for Africa.
Aux problèmes qui sont restés en suspens.
Some things are in suspense.
En ce qui concerne
in
la bonne réalisation
in areas of development
de la zone de libre-échange continentale africaine.
We're still looking for solutions within the African Union.
L'Afrique compte sur vous.
Africa counts on you.
L'Afrique compte sur le Kenya.
Africa counts on Kenya.
L'Afrique, c'est la nouvelle frontière
Africa
du développement économique.
We must continue our collective destiny.
Monsieur le Président,
Your Excellency,
encore une nouvelle fois, merci.
I want to thank you.
Merci de votre accueil.
Thank you very much for your
merci
warm
de
welcome.
votre hospitalité.
Thank you for the ceremony.
Je vous souhaite un heureux et joyeux anniversaire.
I wish you a very enjoyable
à vous et au peuple kenyan dans son ensemble.
And I wish,
je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
I wish people of Kenya a lot of peace. Thank you very much.
Tafadhali tumpigie makofi huyo rais wa zamani wa kule Niger, jameni. Nilimuuliza, or maybe I should, I did request the President of Comoros, my brother Azali, who is also the chair of the Africa Union, to come and be our guest of honor in this great 60th celebration of our Madaraka. And I want to tell him we are truly grateful as the people of Kenya for honoring my invitation on behalf of the people of Comoros and on behalf of the people of our continent. As the chair of the Africa Union, it is now my pleasure to request you, Mr. President, to make your statement. Tumpigie makofi jameni, Rais wa Comoros.
Excellences,
Your Excellency,
Monsieur le Président de la République du Kenya,
the President of the Republic of Kenya,
très cher frère William Ruto,
Dr. William Samoei Ruto,
Excellences,
Your Excellency,
Monsieur l'ancien président du Niger,
the former president of Niger,
champion de la zone de libre-échange du continent africain,
champion of African Free Trade Area,
distingué invité en vos rangs et qualités,
his vision for the country,
chers peuples frères du Kenya,
dear people of Kenya,
c'est avec une vive émotion,
it's with a lot of pleasure and joy,
un immense honneur,
and a great honor for me
que je m'adresse à vous
that I am speaking to you today
en ce jour particulier
in this very special occasion
pour la République du Kenya.
For the Republic of Kenya.
À cet égard,
in this connection,
je souhaite adresser mes chaleureux remerciements
I want to express my gratitude
à mon frère William Ruto,
to my brother, Dr. William Ruto,
président de la République du Kenya,
the President of the Republic of Kenya,
pour m'avoir fait l'honneur
for having given me this pleasure
de m'inviter à partager avec vous
to invite me to come and share with you
ce moment si important
this momentous occasion
que constitue la fête du Madaraka.
That is actually the tip of Madaraka.
Le premier pas du Kenya,
the President of Kenya,
vers son accession à l'indépendance.
Since Kenya got her independence,
c'est avec une grande fierté,
it's with a lot of pride,
un profond respect,
and great respect,
que je m'adresse à vous.
That I have this chance to speak to you.
Aujourd'hui, au nom du peuple et du gouvernement comorien,
today I speak to you on behalf of the people of Comoros,
mais aussi au nom de l'ensemble du continent,
but also on my own behalf,
pour vous souhaiter une très belle fête de Madaraka.
To wish you an excellent Madaraka Day.
Et vous exprimer nos sincères félicitations.
And you can be sure.
Pour le progrès immense.
For this great moment.
Que le Kenya a accompli depuis son accession à l'indépendance.
Kenya has made tremendous steps since her independence.
Je saisis cette occasion.
I take this opportunity.
Pour rendre hommage à nos illustres pères de l'indépendance de l'Afrique.
To pay homage to the fathers of independence of Africa.
Et notamment le très regretté Jomo Kenyatta.
And to say at this moment.
Qui a été un exemple de courage.
That this was a show of courage.
Et de détermination.
And determination.
Une inspiration pour la liberté.
In its efforts to liberate itself.
Le droit et la dignité.
For dignity and honor.
Notamment en Afrique.
Especially for Africa.
Le 1er juin 1963.
This kind of action.
Vous avez posé un premier pas vers l'indépendance.
Is a big challenge to many people.
En accédant à l'autonomie.
To get you self-rule.
Un an et demi plus tard.
And now I'm very happy.
Vous avez accédé à l'indépendance pleine et entière.
You have accelerated your freedom as a country.
Et 60 ans plus tard.
And some 50 years later,
le Kenya est devenu une nation forte et respectée.
Kenya has become a respected nation.
Une puissance continentale et régionale.
Which is capable of resolving her problems.
Qui continue d'inspirer les jeunes nations voisines.
Kenya continues to inspire other people.
Comme mon pays, l'Union des Comores.
Like my own country.
Vous pouvez sincèrement en être fiers.
You can count on us.
Honorable assistance,
distinguished guests,
les Comores et le Kenya entretiennent des liens historiques.
Comoros and Kenya have very deep roots.
Culturels profonds qui perdurent au fil des siècles.
Cultural, historic, for many centuries.
Des liens de sang et d'histoire.
From our point of view,
tout d'abord avec la ville Mombasa,
we look at the port of Mombasa,
qui abrite depuis plusieurs générations,
which for many generations,
une importante communauté d'origine comorienne,
has had a very significant population of people from Comoros.
D'un lien culturel ensuite.
So this is a very important country.
Avec l'amour.
With all its progress,
dont le festival islamique accueille tous les ans.
We have many Islamic people that we receive in our country from Kenya.
Des milliers de croyants comoriens.
And thousands of Comorians.
Qui viennent communier avec leurs frères du Kenya.
Who live in harmony with the people of Kenya.
Des liens diplomatiques enfin.
Also in the diplomatic field,
puisque depuis l'indépendance de notre pays,
since independence of our countries,
les Comores et le Kenya travaillent main dans la main
Comoros and Kenya work hand in hand
pour renforcer leur coopération bilatérale.
to strengthen the bilateral collaboration.
C'est fort de la sincérité de ces liens d'ailleurs
This sincere initiative
qu'en février dernier,
has, for the last years,
mon frère, le président William Ruto,
created great opportunities
a eu l'élégance de retirer la candidature de son pays, le Kenya,
in supporting the candidature of Kenya also,
pour laisser un pays frère, les Comores,
for helping the Comoros
présider notre organisation panafricaine
to head the African Union
pour l'année 2023.
for the year 2023.
C'est un geste fraternel
This is a show of support
qui a marqué l'ensemble du peuple comorien
that shows that people of Comoro,
et qui restera à jamais gravé dans nos mémoires.
and they have a lot of confidence and is engraved in their memories.
Permettez-moi alors, chers frères,
Allow me, my dear brothers and
de
sisters,
vous réitérer ici,
to tell you today,
de vive voix et devant vos compatriotes,
to say before and with an open heart,
mes vifs remerciements,
to thank you,
mais aussi ceux de l'ensemble
but
du
also-
peuple comorien à
but
Santa
also,
Sana.
also the greetings from the people of Comoros.
Je suis convaincu
I'm convinced
que nos deux pays ont encore beaucoup à faire l'un et l'autre.
that our two countries can work for a better future.
J'ai saisi d'ailleurs cette opportunité
And this is a wonderful opportunity
pour renouveler notre profonde gratitude au peuple, au gouvernement du Kenya,
to deepen our gratitude to the President of the Republic of Kenya
qui accueille tous les ans de nombreux jeunes étudiants comoriens
and the country of Kenya that continues to receive thousands of Comorians
pour les former aux défis, aux enjeux de l'avenir.
for helping them build a better future.
À Santa Sana.
Thank you very
Excellences, mesdames et messieurs,
Your Excellency, ladies and
il
gentlemen,
est essentiel que nous continuions à promouvoir les échanges commerciaux
we have a common duty to promote our relations
et les investissements entre nos deux pays
and the work between our two countries.
afin de stimuler nos économies respectives
We need to work to improve the lives of our people
et créer de nouvelles opportunités pour nos populations, notamment notre jeunesse.
and increase opportunities for our people.
La zone de libre-échange du continent africain
The African Union
nous offre l'opportunité de le faire et c'est la raison pour laquelle
offers opportunities for the rest of Africa.
j'ai pris part avec vous avec un grand plaisir à l'ouverture du dialogue public-privé
We encourage dialogue for promotion of peace.
sur cette zone de libre-échange continentale
In this respect,
qui s'est tenue à Nairobi le 9 mai dernier.
the meeting held in Nairobi looking for peace.
En tant que nation africaine,
As an African Union,
nous partageons des défis communs
we think we can work together.
et je suis convaincu que si nous unissons nos forces,
And I'm persuaded that by working together,
nous pourrons surmonter ces défis
we can overcome these obstacles
et ouvrir la voie à un avenir meilleur
and construct a better future
pour nos populations et surtout aux générations futures.
for our people and for the survival of Africa.
Cette journée de commémoration est aussi
This also is an opportunity for us.
l'occasion de réfléchir
It's a gift
sur notre avenir commun
if you work together
et sur la responsabilité qui nous incombe
and if you are accountable to our people,
de préserver les idéaux de nos ancêtres
if we can preserve the ideals of our
et de
union
construire une Afrique juste, inclusive et prospère.
and to conclude our treaties for prosperity.
Chers frères et sœurs du Kenya,
My dear people of Kenya,
en cette journée spéciale,
in this opportunity,
je souhaite réaffirmer l'engagement des Comores
I would like to, on behalf of the people of Comoros,
à ne ménager aucun effort
they have spared no effort
pour renforcer davantage nos liens d'amitié et de coopération avec le Kenya.
to strengthen our relations with the people of Kenya,
Que notre partenariat continue de prospérer
that we shall continue to collaborate
et de porter des fruits mutuellement bénéfiques
and to try to create useful treaties
pour nos deux pays et nos deux peuples.
for our two countries and our two nations.
Permettez-moi de conclure mes meilleurs vœux
Allow me to conclude my remarks
Le bonheur, le bien-être pour vous, chers frères et sœurs kenyans.
To wish you happiness.
Et ceux de paix, de progrès, de prospérité pour votre cher pays.
And to wish you prosperity and progress in this country.
Puissions-nous continuer à travailler ensemble.
If we continue working together.
Pour promouvoir la paix, la stabilité et le développement en Afrique.
In order to promote peace for the development of our continent.
Furaha siku ya Madaraka.
This is a great day for Madaraka.
Urafiki, ushia na mshiriano wa Kenya na Komoro. Yaishi Afrika kwa amani na mafanikio. Asante sana.
Tumpigie makofi tena Mheshimiwa Rais wa Komoro jameni. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for honoring us with your presence and the statement you have made on behalf of our Africa Union and the great people of Komoro. Watu wa Embu, wacha nichukue nafasi hii kwanza kabisa kuwashukuru watu wa Embu. Nilikuja hapa na ndugu zangu wengi, tukaomba kura zenu, mukawa ni watu wangwana, mukatupatia kura zenu, mukatuongezea maombi na Mungu akatupatia ushindi. Jameni watu wa Embu, nasimama mbele yenu leo kusema asante sana. Narudia tena watu wa Embu kusema asante sana. Mimi nataka niwahakikishie ya kwamba sisi wote tuliopata nafasi ya kuchaguliwa kutoka MCAs wetu, wabunge, magavana, maseneta, Mheshimiwa Deputy President na mimi hapa, pamoja na mawaziri wetu na wale wote ambao wamepata nafasi ya uongozi katika taifa letu la Kenya, mimi nataka niwahakikishie tutashikamana, tutafanya kazi pamoja ili tutimize malengo yetu ya kubadilisha uchumi wa Kenya na kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anapata nafasi ya kujiendeleza katika taifa letu la Kenya. Na wauliza viongozi wote, sote tuliopata nafasi kutokana na kura za wananchi hawa, tushikamane, tushirikiane, tufanye kazi pamoja ili tuweze kubadilisha Embu wakati tunabadilisha Kenya. Asanteni tena watu wa Embu kwa msaada wenu, kwa kura zenu na kwa maombi yenu. I want to say thank you very much to the great people of Embu County, as I thank all Kenyans who stepped forward to vote in the last election so that we, as the people of Kenya, can maintain our democratic credentials as a nation that is democratic, as a nation that is built on the firm foundation of multi-party democracy. And now it is our opportunity, all of us as leaders in government and in the opposition, to work together towards making our nation great. On this day, 60 years ago, Kenya formally gained its right of internal government, Madaraka, the mandate of majority African self-determination, was a major step forward. The emergence of this nation as a republic later that year. That first Madaraka Day then was the golden dawn of our country's sovereignty, freedom from colonial oppression, autonomy from racist repression, and liberty from foreign suppression. In fighting for our sovereignty, our noble freedom fighters had primarily waged a political struggle to liberate a people divided, humiliated, and impoverished under a predatory system whose institutions were vicious and extractive. So, although the freedom struggle was political and the first Madaraka Day represented political autonomy, every Kenyan African understood it to mean and to be the beginning of the hard and noble work of securing and enhancing social and economic freedom as well. For 6 decades now, the people of Kenya have worked hard with admirable diligence and unwavering determination to perfect the political freedom of their nation through sustained socio-economic progress. In this manner, Kenyans have reiterated their commitment to true freedom by complementing political freedom with freedom from want, freedom from suffering, freedom from ignorance, and freedom from indignity. Our forefathers' historic struggle to vindicate our God-given right of self-determination entailed tremendous sacrifice and immense determination against a colossal adversary. Ultimately, they triumphed. Similarly, our war against underdevelopment, poverty, unemployment, indignity, and vulnerability has been daunting. Yet, we have made steady progress year after year over 60 years of freedom. At the heart of our struggle for freedom, both before and after independence, is the distinctively Kenyan spirit of determination that is nevertheless flexible, consistency which is innovative, pragmatism that is also hopeful, and faith strong enough to take chances. The sacrifices required were inspired by a spirit that is truly unique, which transcends ordinary decision-making. We recognize that spirit even now. It lives in the heart of every Kenyan who wakes up early to give their best, try their luck, knock on doors, and chase their dreams. We see it every day when we see traders, artisans, farmers, and other workers braving the scorching sun and enduring cold rain in pursuit of livelihood. We also witness in teachers, nurses, police officers, extension officers, and technicians who go far from their comfort zone, often beyond the call of duty, to attend to Kenyans in their communities throughout all villages, all corners of our great republic. This noble ethic of willingness to struggle by working hard and embracing risk, and of determination to achieve positive change in great leaps as well as in little installments, has brought us far and will take us beyond the horizon of our destiny. Today, I join all Kenyans to celebrate our magnificent collective achievements and the spirit of brave endeavor which inspired them 60 years ago and sustain us today. This celebration speaks to the sustained effort we have invested in perfecting our national mandate of self-government. I will highlight the wonderful ways in which we have stewarded political freedom into democratic maturity, enhanced economic freedom by empowering enterprise, and expanded social freedom by securing dignity. We must never forget that until fairly recently, our country's politics was divisive, violence, do-or-die affair by which neighbors, colleagues, and even relatives were incited into hatred in the name of political competition. In this dark era, the tribe was the fundamental term of all political engagement and the master variable of democratic contest. Many highly respected experts and eminent persons confidently affirmed that Kenyan politics is inherently tribal, and many leaders did on the basis of raw political appeals. Leaders also made sure that political discourse revolved around personalities and the private interests of a few privileged individuals and not the aspirations of the majority. Some used political parties as political vehicles to access the high table where important decisions were made and exploited their ethnic constituencies to negotiate a bigger share of public resources as well as positions of power and privilege in the service of private ends. For decades, Kenyans understood that this perverse political culture not only defiled our democracy, but also obstructed the spirit of daring and achievement, arresting our collective progress. The people of Kenya, therefore, yearned for freedom from the tyranny of political personality cults, toxic tribal discourse, and the violence they engendered. They desired a more unifying, cosmopolitan framework of engagement which promoted the expression of their shared aspirations, encouraged inclusive negotiations, and a collective means of pursuing them. In the last general election, the people of Kenya finally broke free. The campaign was conducted purely on the basis of important national issues, foremost of which were economic issues. Not only did Kenyans reject the old divisive politics of tribe and tribal chiefs, but they also demanded and interrogated well-considered party manifestos with detailed plans for economic transformation. As a result, although the election was closely contested, it was the most peaceful in the multi-party era in Kenya. And I want to congratulate all Kenyans for being participants in this great feat. Our public discourse and political discussion and the agenda of social debate has changed for good. Substantive policy issues continue to define the national conversation well beyond the election. At the moment, there is a robust debate on the finance bill taking place everywhere in this country, in churches, social places, formal and informal workplaces, all media platforms, and busy markets, as well as in urban and rural gatherings. We are truly a trailblazing nation. Many countries struggle in vain to generate a national debate on public financing, taxation, or other policy issues. In Kenya, we have intense discourse on the finance bill and the affordable housing policy for weeks now. The debate has remained issue-oriented, and there is no hint of divisive ethnic rhetoric at all. The cost of living is keeping all leaders, including myself, awake, and this is precisely as it should be. Superficially, the intense national debate on housing is not about whether it is a tax or a contribution. The attention sharply focused on the housing contributions is an implicit expression of ownership. People desire better information and stronger assurance regarding the custody, security, investment, and return on their money. That is phenomenal. People are interested. How will their money be? Will it be safe? Will it be stolen? How is it going to benefit them? And how are they going to get a fair return for their contribution? I want to assure the people of Kenya that those questions will be answered. More encouragingly, the discourse on public finances and housing fund has opened our eyes to our emergence as a stakeholder republic. Kenyans today, more than ever, are fully involved citizens in shaping public policies and making institutions accountable in the manner in which they run national affairs. This is the vision of Madaraka expressed in the first article of our Constitution. All sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya. We have crossed a fundamental decision a decisive threshold in the history of our political freedom and democratic maturity. Today, Kenyans of this generation honor patriots who went before us in this celebration of a noble and historic achievement. Kenya also set a new high in election management by deploying a secure, freely accessible public portal which accurately and faithfully relayed vote tallies in the last election, enabling Kenyans, and indeed anyone else, to compare and verify tallies and ascertain results. This enabled the IEBC to credibly declare and certify the winners of elections and to establish before court, in response to petition by the certified candidates, that the elections met the constitutional threshold as simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent. In fact, the openness and credibility of the 2022 election are affirmed by the fewer petitions filed, 124 petitions compared to 303 petitions in 2017. The economy was the most important issue on which the last election was canvassed. The people of Kenya, in their multitudes, made their voices heard, their ideas clear, and their desires known. From Busia to Banisa, Lokichogio to Lamu, Magadi to Moyale, Mandera to Migori, and everywhere in between, the people said they wanted to transform our economic system, democratize opportunity, enhance inclusion, and reduce exploitation. Instead of the traditional campaigning of confrontation, incitement, and division, the last campaign became a sustained national debate on the most pertinent economic issues: the millions of our unemployed youth, access to affordable credit, inclusive financing, promoting the robust expression of the legendary Kenyan hustling spirit through MSMEs, and the facilitation of individual enterprise by enhancing market power through collective interventions like the Chama and SACCO. This is how Kenyan entrepreneurs desired to secure access to credit, do savings, access the market, social security, and health insurance. By paying attention to their aspirations, we established that Kenyan entrepreneurs desire to pursue success through enterprise, which makes positive measures to ensure that no one is left behind or no one is exploited. It is an enterprise culture which encourages the pursuit of individual aspirations through collective systems, which empower every person to succeed within the context of a thriving community. In the course of consultations with Kenyans at the grassroots throughout the country, we identified a number of barriers to effective realization of their economic well-being. The first was the bureaucracy in regulation and compliance, including tax administration. Second, the extreme informality of most enterprises, which effectively relegated them to the margins of empowerment, facilitation, or even recognition as lawful undertakings. Third was the misconception around expanding the national tax base. Is it about people paying more or more people paying? The answer lies in empowering more Kenyans to enter the taxable income category through intentional effort to create millions of new jobs and millions of new taxpayers in due course. Fourth, a huge number of Kenyans, about 10 million, had either been blacklisted by the credit reference bureaus, of an inability to pay loans advanced by financial technology platforms, or were struggling to pay. Other leaders Other lenders required hefty securities and valuable assets as collateral, yet these struggling entrepreneurs required financing to acquire such assets. It was clear, therefore, that the prevailing financing and credit facilities were not supportive to the profitable existence of micro, small, and medium enterprises. Self-employment accounts for 51% of all jobs in our economy. 83% or 15.3 million jobs are in the informal sector, and only 3.6 million jobs are in the formal sector, representing a paltry 17%. Considering this employment landscape, it was imperative that we attend to the interests of these undeserved and underserved majority of workers urgently, resolutely, and effectively. This engagement with business community inspired the creation of the Financial Inclusion Fund, or the Hustler Fund, to eliminate the financial cost, delay, and bureaucracy entailed in complying. The facility employs the latest fintech powered by Kenyan telecommunications corporations. The Hustler Fund also re-engineered the idea of collateral by deploying the borrower's credit score as effective security. Without a doubt, the Hustler Fund has been more than transformational. In fact, it is revolutionary. On its way to becoming effectively the biggest financial institution by the number of borrowers and active loans, the Hustler Fund also turned around the country's fintech, transforming it from a predatory ecosystem to a more responsive one. As a result, Kenya's digital economy has received a tremendous shot in arm, as demonstrated by reports that Safaricom alone has enrolled at least 2 million new subscribers into their financial ecosystem, courtesy of the Hustler Fund. Today, as we celebrate progress in achieving economic freedom, we also celebrate our digital economy, powered by our famous fintech community. Kenya's legendary spirit of enterprise has entered the digital space. Kenyans responded to this promise of economic freedom in unequivocal terms. The total number of digital transactions now at the Hustler Fund stands at 42.5 million, through which 20.2 million Kenyans have accessed nearly Kenya shillings 30 billion and repaid close to 20 billion, with 7 million Kenyans being constant and repeat customers. Not a single shilling has been stolen through corruption, and borrowers do not need to know anyone, bribe any official, or go through any complex bureaucratic procedures to access the Hustler Fund. They only need a device, a little airtime, and a few minutes, and they are all able to get money wherever they are. The second product of the Hustler Fund will usher our unique collective-driven competitive market enterprise to the online domain. To promote inclusion, the Hustler Fund is going to deploy groups such as chamas and SACCOs, overcome exclusion and barriers to participate in credit savings, social security, health insurance, and other socioeconomic amenities. This is how we will use policy and technology innovation to mainstream our way of life. We are committed to leveraging fintech in ensuring that no one is left behind in the financial and entrepreneurial inclusivity revolution. I am delighted to announce I shall be launching the second product of the Hustler Fund, which is aimed at facilitating people access funding through groups. I am sure that this will be very good news to my good friend Shiko in Ruaraka Market, who, like many informal business entrepreneurs, were ready for this innovation even before we launched the first Hustler Fund product. I am glad that this launch of the group loan product is taking place against the backdrop of the phenomenal success of the Hustler Fund personal loan product. I expect that this product will encounter even greater appetite from the market. As I have already mentioned, your credit score will determine the amount you can access and the amount you will continue to receive. Thus, we have equalized the formal and informal systems, enabling both to enhance their complementary contribution to jobs and wealth creation from an equal footing. As we celebrate this increase in our economic freedom, today we also celebrate the democratization of the Kenyan economy. This is why more Kenyans are taking part in the robust conversation about our economy. The conversation is inclusive, focusing on the proposals to raise revenues, to discourage imported goods that can be manufactured locally so as to grow local manufacturing and enhance export competitiveness. In this debate, Kenyans are interested in how government will create the 1 million jobs it has committed to provide through the affordable housing program. I know many people have questions about how and why are we having a conversation about housing in the Republic of Kenya. And progressively we are answering the how, we are answering the why, and we will answer every other question. Because right here in Embu, and as we do in every part of Kenya, we have our own citizens, millions of young people who do not have a job. We have 5 million Kenyans across Kenya, young people out of school, out of college, out of universities who do not have a job. It is our collective responsibility to think about the 5 million young people in Kenya who today walk our streets, walk our villages, in our townships, in our markets, and yet they do not have an opportunity to deploy their energy, their knowledge, their education in making a difference in their lives and making a difference in our nation. And I want to encourage all of us as the people of Kenya, as we look into this opportunity. I know many people are asking, how is it my business? How is it my responsibility? I have had many ask me, Mr. President, how is it my responsibility to think about those who do not have jobs? How is it my responsibility to think about the people who live in slums? 7 million Kenyans who live in slums, in indignity, without toilet, without running water, without roads. How is it my business? Let me ask the people of Kenya, if our freedom fighters, the people who made the ultimate sacrifice and lost their lives in liberating our nation, if they had asked the question that how is it their business, today we would continue to have been slaves of our masters if they asked themselves that question. It is our opportunity, as they did to liberate our country. They went beyond the call of duty. They did not ask how is it their business to make the ultimate sacrifice to liberate our country. I want to ask every citizen, it is our responsibility collectively to think, to plan, and to ensure that the 5 million young people in our country who today do not have jobs have jobs. It is our responsibility to ensure the people, 7 million of them, who live in our slums, including Shauri Yako here in Embu. I was here last week and I was informed about Shauri Yako. The people who live in Shauri Yako deserve a decent house, and it is our responsibility as we implement the housing plan, not just to create jobs, at least 1 million jobs every year. It is also our responsibility to grow our manufacturing, because housing will make sure that our entire manufacturing value chain, from the cement in our factories, to the steel in our factories, to the doors and windows and hinges in our Juakali sector and our construction products industry, to the sand harvesters, to all the people who will be working in our construction sites, to the accountants and engineers and all the architects and all the technicians and the electricians, to every sector, the millions of young people that will be employed in this sector, is sacrifice enough for us who are employed to make that contribution to the hustler fund, to the housing fund, so that we can bring around the change that is going to take our country forward. Our vision for affordable housing program is premised, firstly, on the objective of creating 1 million direct and indirect employment opportunities throughout every value chain in the housing development ecosystem. A single housing unit is capable of employing 3 to 5 workers directly and an additional 8 workers indirectly in the manufacturing of construction products, in transport, in logistics, and in all other sectors that contribute to the housing and construction industry. Secondly, the objective of affordable housing is to increase the number of homeowners and to transition more Kenyans from rent paying in informal settlements, in slums, and we have 1,411 slums in Kenya. We should transition those people, my countrymen and women, into homeowners. They should live in dignity like the rest of us, because we owe them a duty of citizenship and a duty of comradeship as we live in one country. I want to ask every parent, I want to ask every Kenyan that rather than ask, how is it your business? We must know that it is our business, because the 5 million young people are our children. They are our citizens. They pay taxes. And when we transition them into jobs, we are building a bigger pool of taxpayers. The conversation we have today in Kenya is different. I did promise the country 3 years ago that we are going to change the conversation. That the conversation is not going to be anymore about leaders. It is going to be about citizens. It is going to be about those who do not have jobs. It is going to be about our manufacturing. It is going to be about the millions who live in informal settlements. It is going to be about the people. I told the country that we are going to change the conversation. It is not going to be about changing the constitution and creating positions for leaders. It is going to be about changing the economy and creating opportunities for millions of young people, including the many who are today in our streets and villages, the millions of young people who are looking up to us to provide them with opportunities to work. It's going to be about the ordinary people who work in the manufacturing sector, the people who also wants to contribute, to be taxpayers, but because they have no jobs, they cannot pay tax. I promise the country that it is not going to be about sharing power. It is going to be not about sharing power by the elite and by leaders. It is going to be about empowerment of every citizen, empowering our farmers to produce more so that we can get ourselves into food security. empowering our young people with jobs so that they too can contribute meaningfully to our economy and meaningfully to our taxpayers. It calls for us the empowerment of every citizen and every business person so that we can contribute to the economy of our country. I want to promise you, ladies and gentlemen, that that effort is on course, and together we are going to move in that direction. To enhance our national productivity, we are prioritizing the consolidation, processing, and value addition of our agricultural products. You just heard my dear sister, Governor of Embu, say, right here in Mashanga, we are going to build an aggregation and industrial park so that the people of Embu, and as we do it in Embu, we are doing it in every county in the Republic of Kenya. Last week, we advertised the first 14 agricultural aggregation and industrial park that will be built in every county so that we can consolidate our agricultural produce. We can provide for value addition. We can provide for agro-processing. We can enhance our manufacturing, create jobs, create value, and enhance the earnings of every farmer as we get rid of brokers, as we get rid of cartels, and ensure that we protect the hard-earned and the sweat of farmers in the Republic of Kenya. Additionally, the government of Kenya will step up the establishment of 5 additional export processing zones in the coming year in Sagana, in Thika, in Joro, in Eldoret, and in Busia to complement the one in Athi River, the one in Dongokundu, and the one in Naivasha, because we believe that additional processing capacity, focusing on our exports that have come down in the last 10 years from 28% of our GDP to just around 10% of our GDP, that we need new impetus, we need new thinking, we need new infrastructure to be able to drive our exports. And that is why we are expanding our processing capacity in our export processing zones, in our special economic zones, and at the same time, we remain firmly committed to the Continental Free Trade Area and the effective implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Just this week, we concluded a working retreat for trade ministers of the Continental Free Trade Area with the private sector. I am glad to welcome to this gathering the delegation that has been holding Africa private sector discussions in Nairobi, led by my brother, the President of Comoros, His Excellency Azali Assoumani, and one of the most foremost champions of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. It is also gratifying to note that the champion, the former president of Niger, is right in our midst. It's also gratifying to note that 11 trade ministers are here today from different countries in our continent. I wish to recognize the following delegations led by the ACFTA Secretariat. Delegation from Komoro, are they here? Wasimame? The delegation from Komoro, thank you very much. The delegation from Niger, thank you very much. Delegation from Central Africa Republic, the delegation from Chad, thank you very much, they are there. The delegation from Namibia, the delegation from Djibouti, the delegation from Côte d'Ivoire, the delegation from Nigeria, the delegation from Botswana, the delegation from Ghana, and the delegation from Burkina Faso. A significant portion of household budgets, as we all know, goes to food. a major component of the cost of living. Understandably, there has been animated engagement on this subject after a prolonged drought which pushed the entire Horn of Africa region to the brink of famine. Widespread shortages of staple foods have driven food prices beyond the ability of many households to afford them. Enhancing food production is an intervention with multiple fundamental implications. It promotes access to affordable and adequate food and nutrition for the majority. It also increases food supply, lowers prices, and thus reduces the cost of living. Moreover, subsidizing food production increases jobs and productivity in the country's biggest employer, the agricultural sector. In keeping with our commitment in this critical sector, we have registered 5 million farmers nationwide. These farmers immediately became eligible to receive subsidized fertilizer, and those who stepped forward received their full fertilizer requirement, unlike in past seasons when the allocations were rationed. As a result of these measures, Kenyan farmers have been able to plant an extra 200,000 acres this year by using an additional 2 million kilos of seed beyond what was planted last year. As international petroleum prices continue to rise beyond reach, the cost of fuel locally rises steeply. Transport, as a component of household budget, is affecting the cost of living. We have to liberate Kenyans from the reliance on transport that depends on petroleum. For this reason, we are rolling out an electric vehicle public transport system which will bring down the cost of transport significantly. Our border industry is about to experience inclusive transformation through the introduction of more efficient, affordable, and clean motor vehicles. With this intervention, owning and operating a border will become affordable, secure, and profitable. I am eager that this information reaches the seconder of my presidential nomination, Mr. Calvin Ochieng, who operates in Kilimani, so that he can escalate his hustle to the next level. I have some good news for my border friends. When I went around the country, they stepped forward and they told me they are victims of an exploitative financing system. I want to tell them, my good friends, I have some good news for you. We are developing, and by September this year, we will have a mechanism where you can get your border that does not need petrol, that will be run on electricity, one that is financed by not a predatory system, but one that respects the interests of those who purchase the borders. A healthy nation is liberated from human suffering and empowered to pursue their livelihoods and dreams without the hindrance and underperformance associated with ill health. A healthy nation is a happy nation. Freedom from disease is therefore a primary plank of our agenda to perfect self-government. We are committed to do affordably, inclusively, and in a manner that enables Kenyans to receive quality medical attention from the comfort of their homes. Towards this end, we are reforming the National Health Insurance Fund to meet the urgent needs of Kenyans at the bottom of the socio-economic structure by actualizing its purpose as a social medical insurance facility. Secondly, we have committed to deliver universal health coverage that enables every Kenyan attain dignified health care at the minimum cost of subscription fee. Thirdly, we have collaborated with county governments, whom we support wholeheartedly, and I want to commend all county governments for the exemplary work they are doing around health as a devolved function. We have collaborating with the county governments to recruit community health workers, promoters throughout the country. 100,000 of them will be recruited under this program, and this number will make every one promoter available for 100 households. This means that each promoter will be tasked with visiting Kenyans at their homes to determine whether any condition need to be managed through healthier lifestyle or basic medical attention. They will also be tasked with enabling patients with chronic conditions manage their medication, diet, and general well-being in a manner that makes hospitalization sometimes unnecessary. Finally, the promoters will facilitate early detection of conditions for referral to comprehensive attention in the spirit of effective healthcare management. Ladies and gentlemen, the imperative of Madaraka mandates us to build a strong, democratic, prosperous nation through the successful pursuit of high productivity and competitiveness. Industrialization and technology innovation is one such movement. All these things require people who are all empowered with knowledge, skills, and understanding, not only to effectively participate as informed citizens of a democracy, but also to pursue meaningful livelihoods and perform their share of economic production, and even go further and imagine, create, and build the Kenya of our future. Education, therefore, matters for our freedom and self-reliance, and is the enabler and optimizer of every other undertaking. We have taken all possible measures and pursued every available option to actualize our vision to make education at all levels accessible, affordable, and inclusive, and removed social and economic barriers to the attainment of the highest education by all Kenyans. Beyond subsidizing primary and secondary education in all our public primary and day secondary schools, we have reimagined higher education financing to deliver equity and broader access to all Kenyans, with special attention to enabling the most vulnerable learners to realize their right to education. We have also employed 35,000 teachers in a historic and unprecedented drive to improve the national teacher-pupil ratio and enhance performance. Additionally, we are redesigning the competence-based education curriculum to make it responsive to our education needs at the point of our social, cultural, and economic development. Finally, the National Open University will obtain its charter in the course of this month, and as we speak, courses are being uploaded for commissioning, and later this year, Kenyans will have the opportunity to go to university from the comfort of their homes online. For long, tertiary education in Kenya has been a privilege for the most fortunate, while university education was the exclusive entitlement of the elite. Not anymore. A month ago, I unveiled a new funding model for higher education that will make the universities and technical training fully inclusive, financially robust, and capable of competing with their peers globally, while contributing to our national socio-economic transformation through innovation, research, and development. The model is aimed at financially supporting increasing numbers of students enrolling in these institutions and ensuring that those from households at the bottom of the socio-economic structure enjoy equal education opportunities. The eternal conundrum of Kenya's integrity agenda revolves around the question of who will watch over the trustees of public interest and who will watch over the watchman. These questions do not arise because we have low trust. Rather, they exist because we have high expectations. Given that these expectations are legitimate, in a technologically driven new millennium, we are increasingly resorting to technology as the answer to our transactional efficiency challenges. From the election results portal for our democracy to the Hustler Fund for MSMEs and the means testing instrument for higher education, as well as registration of farmers and distribution of fertilizer, enabling the government to deliver services efficiently and to give citizens confidence that the system is fair and incorruptible. We must therefore take a moment today to celebrate technology in general, and in particular, Kenyan fintech and other innovations that are making it possible for us to serve Kenyans to the best possible standard. I remind all Kenyans who work in technology and everyone who uses technology that our forefathers fought with basic technology against a technologically superior superpower and won our freedom. We have a duty to deploy the best innovations and technologies to make Kenya efficient, competitive, and prosperous. I am persuaded that technology holds the key to improving efficiency, enabling inclusion, promoting transparency and integrity, deepening trust, and strengthening public confidence in government service provision. This is the reason why we are digitizing government information and taking public services online. On this day, I invite all Kenyans to embrace the new era of e-governance, which empowers people everywhere, including the majority at the bottom of the economic structure, to access government services at their convenience through their mobile devices. Since the advent of e-citizen, government gradually increased the number of services available on the platform from 391. The rate of increase of onboarded services is now shifting to a new radical trajectory. Today, 3,770 services have been onboarded and fully operational. Another 3,000 are on course to being completed. We expect 5,000 services to be online by the end of this month. Our ambition is to offer every government service on e-citizen platform by the end of this year. Finally, as we contemplate all the achievements we are celebrating today, let us reflect on the noble motivations and visions which inspired our heroic freedom fighters to make such immense sacrifices for the sake of freedom, not just for themselves, but also for the rest of their people who were not willing or able to join the struggle. Why did these heroes embrace such profound risk and danger in pursuit of a benefit that everyone else would enjoy? The answer must not only define our attitudes to public service, but it must also shape our understanding of the reasons and values that underlie collective undertakings and social policies. For our freedom fighters, a country in which anyone was unfree and oppressed was not worth living in. We have a duty to translate these truths into our political, social, and economic affairs. Our collectivist spirit that anchors competitive individual enterprise encapsulates this magnificent ethos. We owe each other certain duties as members of a community that we call a nation. Whenever we can do anything to make another person's life better, at no or little cost to ourselves, we have a solemn obligation to proceed and do it. There is a fundamental level at which we are morally obligated to think about our duties to the unemployed youth, vulnerable communities struggling in slums, and other people at risk of exclusion. Their struggle for dignity as human beings appeals to our duty of moral consideration. Their complicated pursuit of livelihood can potentially complicate our stable prospects. No human is an island. In community lies power, and to unlock that power, we must attend to our values and perform our obligations. That is why freedom fighters consider the inherent morality of their cause to be sufficient reward. For example, those of us who are earning Kenya shillings 200,000 monthly will pay only 2,500 to build a fund that will help create millions of jobs for millions of our young people and bring a meal on the tables of many hustlers. This is a worthwhile contribution to make for the greater good of our nation, as indeed the freedom fighters who came before us did. As we continue to make progress in our pursuit of the transformation of our economy from the bottom going up, we must remain vigilant that no one is left behind and no resources are lost to waste and corruption. Public servants must ensure that public resources must be utilized solely and exclusively for purposes that serve the interests of all our people. I have made a personal commitment to use all instruments and authority at my disposal to curb waste and eliminate theft. I will not permit greed, lawlessness, or impunity. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our collective duty, sisi wote kama Wakenya. Mimi nimekuja hapa Embu katika sherehe hii ya muhimu ya Madaraka ili tukubaliane kama wananchi vile wale waliotutangulia bila ya kujali watapata nini walipigania uhuru wetu, damu yao ikamwagika, wengine wakauawa, lakini hawakurudi nyuma, kwa sababu kama wangerudi nyuma leo tungekuwa watumwa wa wale walikuwa wametutawala. Na ndio tunajiuliza kama taifa, kama Wakenya, it is the moment for us to ask, what can I do for my nation? Not what can my nation do for me? Both questions must be answered in the affirmative. Sote kama wananchi wa taifa la Kenya tumesema ya kwamba jambo la muhimu ambalo lilikuwa katika uchaguzi uliopita ilikuwa ni maneno ya uchumi wa taifa letu la Kenya. Ilikuwa ni maneno ya wananchi mamilioni vijana wetu ambao hawana ajira. Ilikuwa ni kati ya wale watu wengi hawana uwezo ya kupata mkopo kwa sababu hawana title deed, hawana logbook. Leo ni jukumu letu kuhakikisha hata na wao wako na uwezo, wako na njia ya kupata mkopo wajiendeleze maisha yao. Leo katika Embu hapa, wale walio katika vyama, wale walio katika sako, leo tunaanzisha Hustler Fund Stage 2 ambayo itatoa pesa kati ya shilingi 20,000 na shilingi 1,000,000 kwa vikundi ambazo zitajisajili ili tuweze kufikisha mambo ya kupata mkopo kwa wananchi wengi. Vile vile katika mpango wetu wa ujenzi wa manyumba, nilikuwa hapa Embu wiki iliyopita, tumeanzisha ujenzi awamu ya kwanza, nyumba 100 kati 400 ambazo ni awamu ya kwanza. Nimesema nitarudi hapa Embu kama vile nitaenda sehemu zote za taifa letu la Kenya ili tuweze kujenga nyumba 200,000 kila mwaka katika taifa letu la Kenya. Hizo nyumba 200,000 zitatupatia ajira ya vijana 1,000,000, zitatuwezesha kampuni zetu za simiti, kampuni zetu za chuma, wale wanaotengeneza viti, wale wanaotengeneza milango, wale wanaotengeneza madirisha, wale mafundi, technicians, masons, carpenters, electricians, engineers, architects, quantity surveyors, wale wanaofanya kazi katika transport sector, madereva wetu, makanga wetu, wote watajumuika na tutakuwa na nafasi ya kupanga na kutengeneza ajira katika taifa letu la Kenya. Tuwaondoe vijana wetu ambao wako mitaani, wako masokoni, wako katika vijiji, wamemaliza shule, wamekamilisha college, wamemaliza university, lakini hawana ajira. Ni jukumu letu kama taifa kupanga ili vijana milioni 5 wasiokuwa na ajira katika taifa letu la Kenya, na wanaongezeka 1,800 kila mwaka, tuwapangie ajira, wajisimamie na watusaidie kuendesha taifa letu, na pia wao wachangie katika kulipa ushuru, tuweze kujiondoa kama taifa kwa madeni na tujisimamie kama taifa letu la Kenya. Na wauliza Wakenya wote, jameni, bila ya kuulizwa maswali ya kwamba mbona ni jukumu langu vipi, tujue ya kwamba wale watoto ambao wanahangaika madukani, barabarani, vijijini, hawa vijana ni watoto wetu, hawa vijana na Wakenya wenzetu. Tujiulize vile vile wale Wakenya wanaishi katika vitongoji duni, zaidi ya Wakenya milioni 7. Jameni, tuwaokoe pia, hata na wao wanafaa kuwa na makao ya kutosha, makao ambayo inawapatia heshima, na ni jukumu letu sisi zote kama taifa moja, taifa la Kenya. Mimi nawashukuru sana. Mimi nimefurahi kwamba leo katika Kenya mjadala sio ya kabila hii na kabila ile. Mjadala ni moja, ni vipi tutahakikisha ya kwamba watoto wetu wanapata ajira. Mjadala ni vipi kampuni zetu za manufacturing zitaendelea mbele. Ni vipi tutakuwa na mpango wa kila Mkenya kupata mkopo. Ni vipi tutasaidia wakulima wetu watuzalishie chakula, tuondoe aibu ya njaa. That is the conversation of our lifetime, and that is a positive conversation in the Republic of Kenya. Mimi nawashukuru sana kwa kutukaribisha hapa Embu. Nimefurahi sana watu wa Embu. Nimesikia yale kiongozi wenu, wabunge wenu wameniambia kuhusu barabara zenu. Barabara ya kutoka kule Machanga mpaka PI nimesikia. Barabara ya Kiritiri, Kanywambora nimesikia. Barabara ya hapa chini Ena mpaka Kavue nimesikia. Na haya mambo yote tutajipanga, na sote tukiwa na mpango huu, tukipanga vizuri vile tutakuwa na pesa ya ushuru ya kupeleka taifa letu la Kenya mbele, tutajiondoa kwa madeni na tutakamilisha miradi yetu yote. Nimewasikiza vile vile kuhusu mambo yenu ya maji. Najua na mnaelewa ya kwamba tuko na mpango ya mambo ya maji. Hapa Embu tuko na dam ambayo tutajenga pale Kamumu. Tuko na dam ya Dhambana, tuko na dam ya Dhoshi, na tuko na dam zingine ndogo ndogo ambazo tutakubaliana na viongozi wenu, wabunge wenu pamoja na county government yenu. Iko katika mipango yetu. Haya mipango yote ni kwa manufaa yenu, na ni jukumu letu sote tuungane kama watu wa Embu, kama watu wa Kenya, ndio tuweze kutekeleza haya mambo mazuri yote ambayo yatatupeleka mbele kama taifa letu la Kenya. Najua vile vile mjumbe wa kutoka kule mbele aliniambia kuhusu barabara ya Kikunyari, Karii, Ishara. Pia hiyo barabara tutaishughulikia, na zile zingine zote ambazo hazijatajwa hapa. Mimi nataka niwaambie ya kwamba tuko pamoja, tutashirikiana pamoja. Watu wa Embu tumekubaliana? Embu tumekubaliana? Mimi nataka nisikie sauti yenu. Tumekubaliana watu wa Embu? Hebu nisikie sauti yenu tena watu wa Embu kama tumekubaliana. Asanteni sana. It is now my honor and pleasure to introduce and officially launch the second product of Hustler Fund, the Hustler Group Loan. Nafikiri tutaangalia pale kwa mtandao kidogo.
Sasa vikundi kote nchini vinaweza kujiwezesha kwa kuweka akiba na kupata mikopo ya bei nafuu kupitia simu wakijiunga na Hustler Fund. Kupitia mradi huu wa serikali, vikundi vya watu 10 na zaidi vinaweza kupata mikopo kwa urahisi kwa ajili ya kutimiza mahitaji yao na ya kibiashara. Kikundi kitapokea mkopo wa Hustler Fund moja kwa moja kwenye simu ya aina yoyote popote alipo bila kujaza fomu au kutozwa dhamana. Maelezo ya credit score yatatumwa kwa wanachama wote. Vikundi vinaweza pata kiwango chochote cha pesa hadi milioni 1 kwa riba ya 7% kwa mwaka. Kila mwanachama atachangia kwa credit score. Kwa hivyo, mlipaji mwema ni wa dhamana kubwa kwenye kikundi. Kila wanapolipa haraka, kiwango cha mkopo cha kikundi kinaongezwa. Kusajili kikundi chenyu kwa Hustler Fund, mwenyekiti anafaa kubonyeza *254#. Chagua Hustler Groups. Bonyeza 1 kuchagua kikundi chake na akubali masharti ili aweze kupata mikopo na kuwatumia wanachama wenzake. Hustler Fund, jiinue, jiendeleze.
Asante sana. Tunashukuru sana. Thank you very much. God bless you, the great people of Embu. God bless our great Republic of Kenya. Asanteni sana watu wa Embu.
Basi nitaomba tutulie kwa heshima. Naomba sote tutulie tafadhali kabla ya wimbo wa taifa. Niweze kuwajuza kwamba atakapokuwa anaondoka Mheshimiwa Rais baada ya wimbo wa taifa, nitaweza kumleta mwenzangu Mike Gitonga aweze kutupa itifaki ya kuondoka mahali hapa. Waheshimiwa wabunge na hali kadhalika principal secretaries, tafadhali we have a pooled transport. Msiweze kuleta magari yenu hapa. Basi niombe kwa heshima sote tuweze kusimama kwa wimbo wa taifa.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We've come to the end part of this particular ceremony, and kindly I request we all remain standing where we are as we now give you the exit protocol, starting with the motorcade for His Excellency the President, followed by that of the CDF and service commanders. It will closely be followed by the motorcade of His Excellency the President of Comoros, followed by the former President of Niger, then the Deputy President. So kindly I request that we all remain in our positions as we allow His Excellency the President and Her Excellency the First Lady to lead us in the departure protocol. Their motorcade will be closely followed by that of the CDF and service commanders, and then followed by His Excellency the President of Comoros, followed by the former president of Niger, then followed by the deputy president, the prime cabinet secretary, the cabinet secretaries, and the ambassadors. Principal secretaries and members of parliament, we kindly request that you hold. We have pooled transport for you, for your comfort, so that you'll be able to get there efficiently and without getting stuck in any form of traffic. So we kindly allow His Excellency the President with the First Lady to exit first, followed by the CDF and service commanders, His Excellency our visiting President from Comoros to follow, followed by the former President of Niger, who will be seen off by the Deputy President, and then we will have His Excellency the Deputy President, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Cabinet Secretaries, then members of the Diplomatic Corps. For the Principal Secretaries and members of Parliament, we have comfortable pooled transport for you to ensure efficiency and comfort for you to get to the luncheon. Wananchi tunaomba tuweze kutulia tukiwaruhusu Mheshimiwa Rais na wageni wake waweze kuondoka ili tuweze kufuata. Asanteni sana kwa utulivu wenu. Tunaomba tuendelee kutulia ili tuweze kuondoka kwa taratibu ambaye imepangwa. For now, we have the exit of His Excellency the President of Comoros, followed by His Excellency the former President of Niger, who will then be followed by the Deputy President, the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Cabinet Secretaries, and members of the Diplomatic Corps. Hapo basi tunamwona Rais Azali Assoumani wa taifa la Comoros ameweza kuondoka akifuatiliwa na Rais mstaafu wa taifa la Niger ambaye ni Issoufou Mahamadou akiweza kuondoka pia, alafu atafuatwa na naibu wa rais wakiwa pamoja na Pastor Dorcas, wakifuatiliwa na mkuu wa mawaziri ambaye ni Musalia Mudavadi wakiwa pamoja na Tesi Musalia. Pale basi tunamwona Rais mstaafu wa Niger ameweza kuondoka, basi akifuatwa na naibu wa rais ambaye ni Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua wakiwa pamoja na Pastor Dorcas.
There you have it, the 60th Madaraka Day celebrations live from county number 14, the great county of Embu. Well, it has culminated with the speech of the head of state and also the launch of the second phase of the Hustler Fund, which will give groups up to a maximum of $1 million shillings. A lot has been discussed, and of course I have been having a panel of experts here since early morning who have been helping us put things into perspective and allow us to just conclude by having a feel of the president's speech. Beginning with you, Dr. Isaac. What was your take home in regards to the president's speech?
I think, first and foremost, we thank the president for giving out that comprehensive speech. It was a long speech. Mm-hmm. A number of things that we expected didn't feature out very well in terms of new things that we expected probably from the president. Mm-hmm. But the president mentioned restructuring or structural reform in the farming sector, public financing and taxation, where we thought he will go into detail in terms of you know, the public versus what he would have given out, whereby the taxation of the house levy. But
this celebration speaks to the sustained effort we have term of all political engagement and the master variable of democratic contest. Many highly respected experts and eminent persons confidently affirmed that Kenyan politics is inherently tribal, and many leaders designed their political parties, policies, and campaigns on the basis of raw political appeals. Leaders also made sure that political discourse revolved around personalities and the private interests of a few privileged individuals, and not the aspirations